everyone. Welcome back to the third day of the Parikrma Festival of Science 2021, Pandemic Code. It's been a joyous 3 days. It's been a whole lot of fun, fiesta, you know, um, talent, skill, expression. It's been, a total consolidation of all these things coming together. And it's all happening because of all our young scientists who've logged in since the past 3 days. We've been receiving loads and loads and stuff from y'all. Interesting stuff, very, very thoughtful stuff. And we thought today, before you begin your sessions with the speakers, we'd like to share some of the poetry, some of the music, dance. We haven't received anything as yet. We're still keeping our fingers crossed and hoping it'll come to us, and a lot of art with you. To begin with, we'd like to share a poem written, pandemic poetry that we call it, a poem written by Tuhina Prabhu of Euro School. Can we have this on the screen, please? Tuhina Prabhu, you've sent us a lot of poems, but this one we thought was very, very special. And I must congratulate your teachers at Euro School for setting your mind working and thinking. Two Eggs by Tuhina Prabhu of Euro School. Two eggs sat on the kitchen counter, two eggs waiting to be cooked. Two eggs while dangling their imaginary legs. One was white and the other was brown. The same colored ones weren't available due to the lockdown. I'm better since I'm white. I'm brown, so I'm healthier. I don't care. Because of you, he will become heavier. Conversed the two eggs. Before either of them could speak, they were lifted and cracked. To both of their surprise, there was nothing that the other had. They both had yellow yolks and the other whites. They smiled as they apologized. This shows that all of us, white, brown, black, are all the same inside. So there's no need to attack. And this shouldn't come as a surprise, because it's only at the Parikrma Festival of Science that we have students from across the world. Like I mentioned earlier, we have almost some 34 schools that have, logged in to participate in this Festival of Science. More than 300 students, quite a few adults, right? And I know that you have not been able to see each other at one shot, but when you've been working in your groups, there's quite a lot of stuff that has been happening, that has been, your interactions with other children from across the world. Like you have, the Fuzhou School from China, you've got the Aske Haberdasher School from UK, and you have Gems Modern Academy, Dubai, along with all the lovely schools over here in Bangalore. And out of this interaction has also come some very interesting artwork. So can we have one of the artworks, please? When we present this, children, we'd like you to go through this. And of course, like I mentioned in the previous days, please do share your comments. What inner meaning do you find in this painting that is up on your screen? Use your chat box and tell us. We are waiting to hear from you. And can I have Prem, my colleague Prem, who you've been seeing often, mentoring? Hi,
Good
Prem.
morning, Akka. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Dr. Prem, actually, he teaches, science at both the Parikrma Center for Learning Jayanagar and Parikrma Center for Learning Sagar, Sakar Nagar. And yeah, go ahead, Prem. You seem like we've been receiving lots of fantastic artwork, poetry, everything, right?
Yes,
we have
okay.
this, beautiful picture up, and do you want to share who's the artist? Who's the young artist?
Sure, Akka. This young artist is Meenakshi. I'll just wait. We'll just wait for a minute for it to come up on the screen.
Yes.
It is by this student called Meenakshi, and she
Mm-hmm.
calls it as the pandemic artwork.
One positive thing that the pandemic did was to give, I think, give people an opportunity to express themselves, right? So we'd see, like, you'd see a lot of videos, a lot of poems, a lot of songs, music, everything coming up, right? And
True,
so
Akka.
with our children too.
I can see that they have actually become even more creative during the
Mm-hmm.
lockdown, and it
Mm-hmm.
has really brought out the artist in them. So,
Right.
yes, I'm sure all of you can see the screen being shared. Let your comments start flowing in. Let's discuss about this artwork. What do you all feel about this artwork, dear students?
Share with us your feelings. We'd love to know, what do young people think? The chat
The
box.
chat box, please.
I must say, our children are real chatterboxes because you see so
A
much
lot
of
of
chat
chat.
coming up in that box.
Yes, Akka. So they have started posting all the comments. Healthcare and essential workers doing their best to keep the planet safe,
Mhm.
also protecting the lives of people on the earth. These people are in their suits, are risking their lives to save the world. Oh, that's a really good one, isn't it, Akka? They
Absolutely.
risked all their lives to actually save all
Right,
of us.
right.
It's showing that it portrays a selfless attitude, says Anushri, of the doctors who are sacrificing themselves to save the world.
Yeah. Can you mention the name of your school too, please?
This is Anushri from Freedom International School.
Quite a few comments coming up.
So we have Amul who says it is very creative about Corona, ma'am. How to protect the earth from Corona, ma'am. Yes. Is that a question, Amul? Are you asking us how to protect? We would put it back to you. I'm sure you guys will have amazing ideas that we will be able to hear them today, right,
Absolutely, and
Akka?
it's the planet, their planet now, their future, right? You are
Exactly.
the inheritors of Earth right now. What are you going to make out of it? So while let those comments keep coming, let those comments keep flowing. Prem, I would like you to recite another poem that we have. And
Sure, Akka. So this is by Krish Arun.
Krish Sharun, and which school is he from?
I think we have
Can you play Krish Sharun's poem, please? You can go ahead and read it out, Prem.
yes, Akka. This is from the Greenfield Public School.
Right.
Krish Arun from Greenfield Public School. His poem reads End to Human Tyranny.
Mm. That's a very interesting title.
Yes, Akka. So this is how it goes. We're just waiting so that it comes up on the screen for everyone else to look at it too. Yes, it is there. The coronavirus is both a boon and bane, claiming lives of masses untold. It took the world under its reign and could just not be controlled.
Absolutely.
But for the other lives on planet Earth, this was their opportunity of freedom, renewal, and rebirth. In a world of human nullity, on the very shores of India, a million new turtles there are, and the lagoons of Albania are flocked with flamingos wide and far. This deadly virus is not an enemy, but an end to human tyranny. What do you feel about it, Kalpanaka?
Beautiful. I mean, out of the mouth of babes, right? You wouldn't imagine that children of class 8, most of them are from class 8 or class 9, thinking with, such deep wisdom. I mean, I never, this would have been beyond my understanding back in my age, that was many decades ago, of course,
Exactly.
right? But imagine children of, hardly say 14, 15, young teenagers thinking so profoundly about the whole situation, looking at the positivity of it, looking at the impact of it on human feelings, human minds. I tell you, this is just mind blowing. Hats off to you all children.
Seriously mind blowing, Akka. They are all science enthusiasts with an amazing literature,
So this is what
knowledge.
we call all-round development, right?
Exactly.
Using science as a conduit, but making sure that there's literature happening, there's art happening, there's poem, music, everything happening. And where does it happen?
All
Only
at
at the
Parikrma Festival of Science.
yes, at the pandemic code trend 2021. Can we have another slide, please? Another bit of art. And like I mentioned earlier, Prem, all this lockdown and all has kind of given people an opportunity to actually explore all the talents that they have, right? And here at the Parikrama Festival of Science also, this is an opportunity for students to explore their talents and also to share it with the
Share
others,
it with the
right?
others.
The whole thing is all about sharing. There
Yes.
comes another beautiful, beautiful picture, right? A work of art. Oh my God. If only our famous artists of yesteryears, of centuries ago had taken a
Had to
look
see
at
this.
this, they would have all wanted to jump and said, I want that young artist or young artist to be my pupil. All right. So take a look at this, children. And then
Let your
what chord does it touch with you? What inner feelings, does it explore in you? Please give us your view of this particular painting. And we are waiting to see you, or rather hear you, on the chat box.
So Tuhina says it's really good. Thank you for
Mhm.
that comment, Tuhina. What do you feel about the painting?
This young girl is not only a poet, she's also an artist, right?
Who is appreciating art of other
Absolutely.
people? I mean, that's what Parikrama Festival of Science is all about, isn't it, Kalpanaka? To be collaborative, to appreciate each other, and to work together as a team.
One thing that strikes me, Prem, is as part of one particular school, you are exposed to only those children who are coming right to that school, like your
Yes.
classmates, your seniors, juniors, and all that. But here at the Parikrama Festival of Science, you get to meet a whole generation of young people like you under one platform. They could be from any school. They could be from a school like I mentioned across the world, or it could be schools in the top schools. When I say top schools, I mean in terms of whatever economic status they may be, like middle level schools, and even NGOs like us, schools, the government schools. It's just like under the umbrella of the Parikrama Festival of Science. What we also try and do is to promote you know uh, students to become contributing, caring, and sharing members of society. And you can see that happening over here.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
can we have
that,
the next comment, Prem?
yes, Akash, sure. So Sulaim says that it is indicating that our planet, oh, there are so many comments that it keeps moving.
I told you, they are chatter boxes chatting away in that box.
So he says that it's indicating that our planet is surrounded by coronavirus and the doctors are standing before us face to face like gods and
Mm.
goddesses who are saving us. It also say somebody is also Avani is talking about the importance of wearing mask, sanitizing, and keeping a distance of 6 feet.
Yes, we are away, though it might look that we're very close, but we are quite, you know, far away from each
So
other.
Anushri says that the picture shows the utter hopelessness of the situation, but still keeping up with the human spirit. The goddess is trying to fight the virus, which could turn the tide at the end. It's a picture propagating hope.
I love that, like all other comments, but I love these words like hope, propagation. Excellent.
And Nivedita over here says, Mother Earth is saving the earth from COVID.
Mm-hmm.
So she's
Isn't that
referring to our Mother Earth.
absolutely nurturing, right? Very good.
Can we have?
Yes. What we'd like to do is now, I think, because before the sessions begin, the speaker sessions, we'd like to show you one more poem. It's called A Day in Quarantine. If you can have it up on the screen, please.
This is by Shitish from Air Force School, Heba.
Heba. Okay. So it says, it goes this way: a day in quarantine. A day in quarantine drags on and on. The sun welcomes me, rising like a flying swan. A day in quarantine with the echo of the busy birds chirping at a distance and the cars racing by having no existence. A day in quarantine, I see the once active streets not anymore fine. We are not allowed to wander. And then Kshiti's mind starts wandering and he pens down poems. Isn't it beautiful?
Absolutely beautiful, Akka.
Right. So, like we said, children, like these poems, you should, follow us on Instagram. Also, like we mentioned, the Instagram account,
Yes, again.
Parikrama underscore foundation.
Foundation.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do send us, keep sending us all your, your poems. Don't allow this to stop right now. Please continue to send us maybe for another 2 days and keep in touch with us. And with all your art, your music, your poems, we'll ensure that this comes out and we share it with everyone. Thank you so much, everyone. And like I said, again, a big, big thank you to all the school administrators for allowing your children to participate in this Parikrama Festival of Science and allowing them to give a chance at expression of all the finer things of life, especially during this quarantine. So now it's time for my young right now she's a colleague, but actually my student earlier, Falita, to take over. Thank you, Prem.
Thank you, Akka.
So I think just imagine 3 generations
Yes.
standing together, right? Yeah. Okay. So Falita, over to you, dear. I know like we have lots of interesting things lined up. So what are your feelings this morning before we actually begin?
It was very bittersweet because the science festival, we had so many wonderful speakers, and we were like sponges absorbing knowledge from all these professors and doctors who are very eminent in their field.
Right.
So it was very bittersweet because it's the third and final day, and it's coming to an end. But it has been a great festival indeed.
Like this day might come to an end, but it's just the beginning, right? It's just the beginning of a whole lot of new ideas, a whole lot of more interesting things to come from Parikrama and for all the students.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so over to you, Farita,
Thank
right?
you.
For the proceedings of the day. Thank you, children, and see you later.
Good morning to all our budding scientists who have logged in to the final day of the Parikrma Festival of Science, the Pandemic Code. I welcome all of you once again to the Parikrma Festival of Science, where we are celebrating science, knowledge, your curiosity, and also your creativity, and all of the poetry and the paintings and drawings that you have done. Thank you so much for sending those in. So before we begin today's session, I would like to brush through what we've learned yesterday. Yesterday, we had an Indian Administrative Services officer explain to us the measures that have been taken in India in response to the pandemic. We also learned about the fallouts due to the pandemic and the effects that COVID has had on our social life and our economy. We also had a discussion on vaccines and how they function within the system, and the wide variety of choices that we have in terms of the vaccine that's available to fight against COVID. And we also saw that the pandemic has affected different genders differently. We had a discussion on what we should be doing in order to balance out these differences. Today, we're going to continue discussing on how we can decode the pandemic, and we have speakers who will be speaking to you today as well. But before we dive into that, we have a short film for all of you.
The Parikrma Festival of Science was created in 2015 to explore the role of science in everyday life and to have fun doing it. The Parikrma Festival of Science has created a space for these larger discussions on science and society. Every year, we reach out to a cross-section of more than 300 children across international and government schools to foster collaborative and competitive discovery. The first edition in 2015 was themed Water. It was inaugurated by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and was concluded by the Waterman of India, Dr. Rajendra Singh. And in 2016, the theme was Energy. The festival was inaugurated by Bharat Ratna Professor C.R. Rao. The 2017 edition themed Soil and Agriculture. It was inaugurated by Professor Rishit Ser, Department of Chemistry, Stanford University, and Ms. Audrey Kitagawa, United Nations. The 2018 edition was themed Air and was inaugurated by Bharat Ratna Professor C.R. Rao. At Parikrma Festival of Science 2019, the theme was Wildlife and was inaugurated by Nobel laureate Venkataraman Ramakrishnan. The sixth edition in 2020 explored marine life and was called Into the Deep. Each year at the Parikrma Festival of Science, scientists and experts with diverse subject matter expertise share their stories and conduct workshops for over 300 children. Our themes have always remained very relevant and contemporary. And naturally, the year 2021 is all about the pandemics. We will delve into the science, economics, social and political leadership in response, and human-wildlife interactions in times of a pandemic. Children will be exposed to the world of viruses and bacteria, contagion, news and misinformation, and our responsibilities towards building a more mindful, science-trusting, and empathetic society. Let's celebrate the Parikrma Festival of Science together.
Right. So for our first session, we have Nupur Basu, who is going to be telling us about the misconceptions, conspiracies, and the role of the media in terms of the pandemic. Nupur Basu is an award-winning senior journalist and documentary filmmaker from India, and we're very, very lucky to be hearing from her. Over to you, Ms. Nupur Basu.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you, young people. It's always a challenge to speak to. It's easy to speak to adults. It's very, very difficult to speak to children because, you know, as you saw in that last poem that was read out, children can come out with the most surprising, knowledgeable stuff, which we adults, you know, wouldn't even imagine. So, you know, we tend to sort of underestimate you kids, and I will try my best to steer clear from that, doing that. So what I really want to do is have a little conversation with you about the media and you know, what has been the challenges for the media worldwide, both in India and in other parts. In a sense, we were all united because of this pandemic. And the situation is more or less the same everywhere. And the media everywhere encountered the same kind of challenges as did, you know, media everywhere. You know, where the developing world and the developed world, in a sense, came together in facing this challenge. I'll just try and run you through a couple of the challenges that we had. But at the outset, I just want to say that I know you people have had 2 wonderful days with amazing scientific knowledge and experts. As you know, journalists are not experts. We are, as they say, jack of all trades and master of none. We are like sponges. We take from experts and then we put it out to society. We give the information that we receive from the experts and give it to. So I want to talk about this bridge that we are between policymakers, between experts, and in a situation like a pandemic, what is the role of the media? Where is it supposed to get its information, glean its information, and how is it to then pass it on to, to the public in general? And what happened to this bridge? Now, right at the top, I just want to say that this bridge was rather shaky all of last year. I mean, it was swinging from side to side. One didn't know which way the media, the information channels were actually gearing up, and what was the information that was to be put out. So you saw extreme views. And let's just go through a couple of these. So, I mean, the very first thing was when the pandemic was declared by the WHO. There was all this controversy about whether it is a pandemic or not. There were countries in denial, heads of nations, some of the largest, let's name them, the United States, the former president saying, this is not a big thing, all the while, but knowing that it was a big thing. And those came out later. So, there were many countries in denial, there were people in denial. So the very status of the pandemic. So what was the media to do? What was it to convey? Was it a big thing or was it not? How did it do that? History will judge how journalists reported on this, how they separated wheat from chaff, and what did they put out. A year from now, this is a good time to assess how the media actually behaved. And according to me, right at the top, I just want to say, like always, it was good, bad, and ugly. So we'll go through some of those processes and what happened. So once it was established that it is a pandemic and we have to gear up for it, then the next steps, what are we to do? There is no drug, we don't know what, there's no miracle cure. So how are we to protect ourselves? Media has to communicate to the people. And then what's happening on the ground? Already the ICUs are beginning to fill up in certain countries. Cases are beginning to come in large numbers in certain countries, in others not so much. And so then there is again room for complacency there. So how is this messaging being put out? The very first thing was that of the masks. Are we to mask up or not? And I just want to share today's headline with you to say, just look at where we are on this controversy about masks, whether we should or should not wear masks. 1 year into the pandemic, today's Indian Express, we have a headline which says, mask up, follow COVID norms, or be ready for restrictions. 1 year into the pandemic, we are still having our administrations, our governments are still having to tell us that we ought to mask up. So, what happened to this messaging? So on the mask front, there were heads of governments again who were making fun of the media. So you had a Trump, you had a Bolsonaro from Brazil, the president of Brazil, making the Tanzanian president who unfortunately passed away this week. He was just 61. These were all cynics and they were all skeptics of the pandemic. And they were actually in press conferences making fun of the media people who were wearing masks. So what does it do to us? We are, as I said, a bridge. We have gone to heads of government, we've gone to policymakers. Policymakers are telling us one thing, they are saying, the doctors and experts are saying, you have to mask up. And we are trying to convey this to the public. On the other hand, when we go to meet the head of the state, they are saying that, look at you guys, you're so scared. Why are you wearing a mask? Oh, come on. I mean, I'm not able to play these clips out to you, but you just have to, they're available at the click of a button, where you can just see what are the things that were said to the media and the daily insults that the media had to go through simply because they were doing their stories. Now, this is something which is not confined only to the United States and Brazil. It happened here as well. As the pandemic broke and we went into a lockdown in India on the 23rd or 24th of March, and the movement of the biggest migration in a sense since partition started in India, where the workers, and we don't want to call them migrant workers, there are people who come here to do, to build our cities. They moved, they had to go back to their villages because, and there were no trains, there were no buses, aircraft is not something that they can afford anyway. So they walked up to 1,000 to 1,500 kilometers. Little children, mothers with children on their back, little girls cycling with their fathers at the back so that they could reach them home. I mean, the stories of what children did in that pandemic, how they supported their families, and the kind of suffering that they went through. The adults, of course, their parents, but I'm even, because you all are children, telling you that it was just amazing, that world. And when journalists went behind them and they were trying to document it, there was a lot of backlash. And in fact, this backlash of coverage of how the people are suffering, how they have not got jobs, how poverty has increased, all of it, every time journalists have gone to the field and tried to cover it, they have actually had first information reports, that's an FIR filed against them in a local police station by the local administration, saying that, the journalist, it's a fake news that the journalist has put out. So this whole, two-word creation that has been thrown at us, saying that, media creates fake news. I'm not saying that there aren't segments that do not, and we'll come to that. But largely, the journalists do try to go out there and get the real story. They try to be the sponge. They try to be the mirror of the society. What they see is what they try to reproduce, especially those who do not do desk journalism, who go to the field and try to bring the stories of the real people. So when they tried to do that, they had police cases against them. In India, we've had, just to quote our figures, about 57 to 58 cases filed against journalists for merely doing their job. And it has been investigated. It's not as if they were doing fake news. There was no, they had actually gone there. They had said that promises that were made of giving food grain, of giving sort of compensation, etc., had not reached the people. These are really, really poor people, and they're back in their villages, and they are actually, suffering from hunger, starvation, all that. Anything to do which shows the government in a bad light, which is the job of a journalist, whichever government may be in power. It is our job to show whether the system is working or not, particularly not for us people who are living in good homes, with jobs, with comfort, but those who are out there who have nothing, those who walked 1,500 kilometers to reach their homes because there was no transportation. And at the end of it, when they reached the village, they had prejudice. When all this was reported, there was a backlash. And this backlash has been there in many countries. In China, you've had, I believe there are some students who have joined from China. I just want to say that in China, right from the beginning, there was an attempt to sort of play the pandemic down, which is what again earned a lot of ire from the rest of the world, saying that if they had only shared the information earlier. And then of course, what happened is, there was prejudice which tried to say that, oh, this is a China virus. And, the point is not to let prejudice, but to let information come out, to let journalists, be the sponge where they can pick up that information and put it back to society, put it back to policymakers, so that policies can then be made based on that. And that chain was interrupted. In China, for example, even recently, I think even last month, I think the BBC had to shut down its operations. Because they said that they're reporting something which is not right, and which doesn't show the government, which doesn't show the reality. So I see a question saying, there are a lot of questions coming in, I can see, but I I will finish saying that, saying what I have to, just sharing what I have to first, and then I'll look at the questions. What I really want is a conversation with you all rather than a monologue from me. But I just, so from this, how countries dealt with how journalists were trying to put out the news. At the same time, there were journalists, there were channels, and let me name the most notorious of them, that's Fox News in America, putting out the news, putting out stuff that Trump was putting out. And what does it do to the people? They're watching two types of information coming out. Two types of, you can do a contrast, you can do a study in what CNN did and what Fox News did. And on a daily basis, if you have these two channels saying completely two different things, then what is it? How are people to react? What is the general aam janta, as we say in India, the larger citizenry? How are they to then understand how to deal with the pandemic? What is the right thing to do? How ought they to mask up or not? Ought they to obey the rules of lockdowns? Should they keep social distancing? Should it actually be 1 meter, 2 meters, 1 feet? Or are we to be in hugging distance of each other and it doesn't matter? All of this. In fact, the reason we are seeing a second wave, in a sense, in Europe, and now I think it's coming here as well, because we are seeing rising number of cases. Yesterday in India, we've had a huge number again. And it's a real worry as cities are going into lockdown again, simply because we're probably going to go in for a second wave, because nobody has obeyed these, not nobody, but a large number of our citizenry have just saying that the pandemic is over and they don't need to obey these rules anymore of mass social distancing, etc. And I'm not even getting into what's happening with, political rallies where, lakhs of people are gathering, where they're not wearing masks, there's no social distancing. And how is that even being allowed in a country where so much of, where there is a second spurt again? So pandemic illiteracy. So what does the media do? Media is supposed to get rid of illiteracy. That's the whole purpose of the media. That's what we were schooled in, that we are supposed to be information givers, not opinion. No, opinion building is a different thing. But first and foremost, our job is to bring the right, correct information to the public. When a public opens the paper, they ought to be able to see that this is the information and this is what is happening on the ground. No cooked up figures, no sort of damning of experts who have done their job and who are saying that this is what we ought to do. And we saw that. You had experts in the last 2 days, and that scientists and doctors, they were damned by these skeptic politicians and leaders who said, oh, no, so-and-so has a vested interest. And so prejudice just kept building. There were other kinds of prejudice. So there was the China virus, trying to damn China for the virus, wherever it came from, just sort of damning it like that, calling it a... In India, we saw a sort of attempt to, in the early days of the pandemic, trying to put the spurt of the pandemic, of the cases, on one particular Muslim sect, which was having some meeting in Delhi, in Nizamuddin. So the Tablighi Jamaat, there was all this attempt to make a big... So instead of concentrating on the pandemic that has hit our shores and the migrants that are walking back, there were channels in India who were from morning to evening just talking and, firing this whole Tablighi Jamaat story, saying that this is where it's all coming from. All of it was later, proved to be. And, it was just, this you saw is an example of what prejudice could do. So blocking real information under the garb that it is fake news, which happened with leaders. And at this point, I just want to say something good, because I'm just saying negative things. And I don't want you children to think that nothing positive happened. And it gives me great pleasure to say that, in lots of assessment that was carried out, it was found that women leaders in different countries did a fabulous job. So you had Angela Merkel in Germany, you had the New Zealand Prime Minister, and many others, Iceland PM. So there were 5 or 6 women prime ministers, who leaders and heads of states, whose record in their countries in the early days was very, very good. And they gave out the right messaging, and they did not attack their media for telling the stories that needed to be told. And it was amazing. And I think, we should really give them a big hand, saying that, well, women will bring the change, and women leaders showed us the way in the pandemic. Coming back to journalists, so journalists there were many who went to the field everywhere in the world to do the stories. And just to pause and just take a moment to say that several of them actually got COVID and actually died across the world. I'm not quoting you the numbers. I don't have the exact numbers in the world right now, and it's a changing number, but I can see, it's definitely over 100 journalists that have died worldwide, just like health workers died, and their numbers were much more. So journalists were going there to do their job, to do this information sharing, and they were not able to. I want to say one thing about the other aspects. So there was this medicine. There was this whole again disinformation, information about what medicines people are there for people to take. So there was this whole controversy. There's not much time to get into it, but I'll just touch on it. So there was this whole controversy about the hydrochloroquine, whether it's a good thing. We sent batches of it, and the former president in the US started taking it himself, and so there was all the scientists saying it's not the best thing, it's not a proven medicine. Then there was this whole thing about whether remdesivir works, and anyway, that's still being used as a medicine. Then there were godmen who were coming out with medication which they claimed was the right cure, which could cure COVID. So there was a lot of disinformation regarding medication. The point is, till today, we know there is no medication as such for COVID. And the only thing we right now have is the vaccine. That brings us to the chapter of the vaccine. Once again, the vaccine, when it came, so there was a lot of skepticism. How did these experts, how did these companies, the scientists, how did they come out with this vaccine so quickly? So for me, it is, and being married to a scientist and a doctor, it is a question of damned if you do and damned if you don't. Sorry for my language, but I just want to express that, even when they do something, like, I don't think we can believe this. How did they do it so soon? And if they don't, then you say, what are this scientific community doing? They get billions of dollars in research and they can't even come out with a vaccine. So, really, we should stop and think about what we do to our scientists and our experts when we put out information like this, when we talk like this, when we view them like this. Vaccine is here and we all really ought to take it. And yet there is such a vaccine hesitancy. And now there is a new controversy about the AstraZeneca, that, it is causing blood clotting, while actually it's been proven that the numbers are so minuscule. And you have Europe actually halting the vaccine. And everyone is saying that once you halt a vaccine program, it does immense damage because it sets you back. What we need now with the second wave coming everywhere is not halting of the vaccine, but we need it pushed out to all age groups, in fact, And this now brings me to the question of children. I think that one thing that we in the media, have not really explored, and I've been thinking about it the last 2 days when Shukla asked me to make this address to you, that what have we done for children? I mean, other than the fact that we have every now and then said, oh, kids are having such a bad time, there's no school, when can they get back? Is it safe for them to get back? And what about the peer isolation? Everything that you people have suffered, you've really, really taken it, you've been one of the worst hit, I think, children. But in terms of the medication, in terms of the children are really hit by COVID. In what sense are they hit? What can be done? Should they get vaccinated? I think in the media, we have not really, this is an area that we've not really given the kind of concentrated coverage which we ought to. Maybe it was just busy doing other things, but then, children are, this is something maybe we should shore up in the future. Because if the vaccination program is to be, spread out to children, then we need to know what age group is correct, etc. Or we need more writing on this. I feel as a journalist that we journalists, those who are actively working on this, on the COVID pandemic, it's been one of the biggest stories. We really ought to. We've not done a great service to you all by not looking. I was looking at some figures, and the American Academy of Pediatrics says that 3.28 million children were tested, and that tested positive in America. So, as you know, there are 12 crore active cases in the world, of which 27 lakh people are dead. That is 2.7 million are lost their lives to COVID. So, I think, this is one area that we really have done disservice to you all, and we really ought to shore up our coverage. Loads of stories on lockdowns, travel bans, different kinds. Should there be a lockdown? Shouldn't there? So there's always this lobby which says, how can we have a lockdown when there is, it's affecting the economy? And the other side saying that, well, listen, life comes first. And if we don't live, what's the point? What are we talking about? Jobs. So as you know, UK has had a very hard lockdown, and they've in the last, I think 60 days or 30 days, and they have really managed to bring down the numbers. So these are tough choices. And in this conflicted, I come back to this thing where the situation is challenging, it is dynamic, it is organic, changing every day. The virus itself is mutating, and that itself is a fear. How is the media to sort of sail on the high seas with this story? How has it sailed? How has it done? If I were to give you a kind of an assessment of 1 on 10 as an observer now, I'm no longer active in journalism. I'm not writing stories every day or doing television anymore. But of course, as a journalist, journalism runs in my blood, and I'm reading 5 papers a day, and I'm always discussing things and looking at it and studying the media. I would say that by and large, the media has done a really good job. I would give them 7 on 10, despite all the problems they've had. You just have to see some of those press conferences in the White House when Trump was the president, and the way he was calling out the media who were asking questions on the pandemic, the way they were pushing back. It is something of things to be kept in a museum record of how the media should be courageous, speaking back to power, truth to power, standing, even when the head of a nation is sort of, coming down on you heavily, abusing you, calling you enemy of the people. Media has got called enemy of the people when the media is trying to do its job. At this point, I don't know what the time is. It's 9:30. Would this be a good time? I don't know who the moderator is. Would this be a good time where we can maybe entertain some of the questions? Because then, the rest of it also can come through that, if that's okay. Because I see a lot of questions coming in.
Yes, ma'am. We'd like you to take some of these questions. I'll just read out the questions to you, and you can proceed to answer them. Is that okay?
Sure. That's perfect.
All right. The first question to you is, how do media persons and journalists cope with the backlash and accusations of fake news when you're just trying to do your job? So how do you cope with it?
So the last utterance, what I just said about how the journalists in the White House press room, when Trump used to call them enemy of the people, and say that your question is fake, you are a fake. The way they responded, I think that must go down in media history as a benchmark of how we should stand our ground and talk and say, do what we have to do. And on the ground, we just have to do what we have to do. We love our profession. We are devoted to it. We are truth tellers. We ought to be truth tellers. Those who are not truth telling, those who are indulging in fake news, as we have been through some of the channels. I've not named the Indian ones. I don't want a defamation case against me, and and go to jail and sit in some, you know what I mean. But you know what I mean. Everyone knows who these channels are, and papers even, who manufacture fake news. So, and we have to call them out as well. So we not only have to call out the government, which is not doing its job in different parts of the globe, we also have to call out our media colleagues who are creating a fake industry and giving the versions of these fake leaders. So we have to stand our ground. If we are committed to the truth, we've got to do our truth telling.
All right. Thank you for that. The next question is from Boris, and he's asking, why does fake news spread faster than real news?
That's a very interesting question. First of all, I just want to say that these two words, fake news, just excuse me 1 minute. The two words, we have to be very wary of it as to where it is coming from. When it is coming from a leader who wants to damn a good journalist, the citizenry should see it as it is, that they are saying we are giving fake news simply because they don't want the real news given out. So it's very easy to say fake news and condemn, right? So there's that sort of fake news. Then there is actual real fake news, which, as you know, is rampant on what is called the WhatsApp university, on the digital media platforms. So you have robots, you have bots, right? Which, you come out with one view and it's all ideologically. Unfortunately, Boris, in a world we've got ideologically divided. You are either on this side of the conversation or you're on the other side of the ideology. And we've seen it play out. We've seen it play out in America like, never before. We are seeing it play out in India. These are two countries, the largest democracies in the world. And we are seeing this playing out in these two countries. And, you have to just see the Black Lives Matter, what happened, what were the two dialogues about it. So it spreads because there's an industry out there that is sort of motivated, is sort of to spread fake news. So I guess that's a long answer to your short question.
This is from Joshua Chen, and he's asking, why is the government ignorant to the truth? Why can't they cooperate with the journalists and stop the pandemic?
If I say something that I really feel, I will be charged with sedition. Well, as a journalist for 40 years, first in print, then in television for many years, and then, having written for digital media as well, where I've actually watched the media in a platform called The Hoot, that how our own colleagues are behaving, how they are telling stories. And also having watched politics play out very closely over 40 years, it's a long time. We do not, unfortunately, have governments which are totally bona fide. Well, I'm inviting sedition now, but the point is that, where is the concern for the real people? Where is the concern for example, in India, for the 600 million people who are, who don't know where their next meal is coming from? Where is that concern? So do we have governments who really care for the poor? We're not talking about the rich. Or are we just catering to those who already have and making sure that their nests get further comfortable? Or are we taking care? So I just feel they don't want the truth to come out. For example, the migration story in India, which I quoted earlier. Why is it that they were getting FIRs against them, the journalists, when they were doing stories? Why were they being stopped? Why were there hurdles in their path to put out those stories? The government should have said, this is awful what is happening. Why is it that the journalists were stopped? Or, journalists did their job. But yeah, because they don't want the truth to be out. They don't want their incompetencies to come out in the public. Unfortunately, the public and the citizenry are also divided ideologically. So it's a really, really tough pot that we are cooking.
Thanks for that answer. I think you have to be so careful not to tread that legal line of getting a case.
Don't worry, I'm not afraid.
The next question to you is from Sandhya, and she is asking, how does the media maintain the balance between bad news and good news, and how they spread? They have to let people know about the real situation, but not cause havoc in the people. So how do they do this?
Not cause havoc. Sandhya, I just want to know what you mean by this, because cause havoc in what sense? Like if I go to the field and I say that a 10-year-old child hasn't eaten for the last 7 days because the parents have no rations, and her siblings, 4 of the others, have also not had any food. The story can be hard for a reader. But I don't know what you mean by cause havoc, because if we are to be challenged morally about people who we are not taking care of, then we have to be challenged. In a sense, I also understand what you mean by havoc. It could also mean that, for example, the Tablighi Jamaat story, that caused havoc. I mean, you were going after one particular community who had come for some event of theirs, allowed by the government to hold that event. It was a religious congregation, and you suddenly see that they have spread it, and that's causing havoc. What is it doing? It's sort of maligning a certain community. That for me is what is causing havoc. And you're absolutely right that we have to we have to call out. As I said, we have to call out those who are causing the havoc. They really ought to be called out. And there are channels in India which are being called out in the United Kingdom, and they say that we will not allow this channel to be shown here because it is not it is not obeying the code of conduct that we have already in place, which we ourselves are supposed to, in television, abide by. And if you're not abiding by it, then we have to be called out and taken off air. That is happening. It ought to happen more.
Right. I think what Sandhya meant by havoc is she's used rattle people. I think she's referring to when certain news causes fear in the public. So how do you balance that out with providing them information, but also not causing fear in the people?
I mean, if there was one thing that caused fear, it was the pandemic, right? So you were in a story that was hugely fearful. It was taking lives every day. As I said, we've lost 27 lakh people, 2.7 million people have died. It's an extremely, and it continues to be till today, a very, very frightening state of affairs. Frightening because people are not obeying the norms, the stipulations that are being put out to them by the experts. They're not listening to them. They're not listening to the media, which is putting on. How do you explain this 1 year later? How do you explain this headline? Mask up? Should we be saying this after 1 year? I mean, come on, you haven't got it. So, the thing is that it is a fearful story. A pandemic is a very, very fearful event. But again, The virus is not an enemy, as somebody in the earlier previous session in the morning said. The virus is not an enemy. It don't see it in that, those kind of dramatic terms. It is a virus, and it's bound to mutate. It's bound to come in. You take your precaution, wear your mask, keep distant, keep socially distant, wash your hands. Three things we can do till we get our vaccination. And even post vaccination, we have to maintain these. I feel now that I think I'm never going to take my mask off for the rest of my life. I mean, now because I'm in the comfort of my room, but you should see me otherwise. I'm in a mask and a visor, simply because I don't want to go to hospital and lie there with that, so I'd rather obey that, and I have got one jab already. I'm waiting for my next one, as somebody who's above 60. So the point is that it is a fearful situation, and it's not a question of making people panic, putting out informations, and they're in a way where it makes sense without making people panic. That is, and that is also, we have to bring down our decibel. In the evenings, if you put on television, I have been in television in the early days, we never shouted. We spoke like I'm speaking to you now. And we conveyed everything. Policymakers were listening to us. Things were happening. We didn't have to shout and scream and talk to our guests as if they were some morons, as if our viewers were morons, where we shout and scream. Bring the decibel down. If you do that, if you cause that kind of fear by shouting, screaming, obviously, and people, what they'll do is they'll clam up. They'll say, oh gosh, this is like really, really bad, and I'm not able to, I'm not able to, deal with this. Forget about it. Might as well throw my mask off and enjoy life. So yeah, I get your question, and it's a very valid question.
Well, thank you for that. The next question is, how is the media fighting back against overly sensationalized stories spread on less professional WhatsApp family groups?
So there's this whole contestation, about who is a journalist. So you have everybody now thinks that they're journalists because they've got a mobile phone in their hand. They're taking pictures. They're sending things. They're sending fake pictures. They're taking a picture from Pakistan and passing it off as India, from India and passing it off as something in Bangladesh. So this kind of there's an industry out there. The point is, journalists, you become a journalist after going through not necessarily journalism school, but a process. There's a training period where you're told what are the do's and don'ts, what is the code of conduct, unwritten, unspoken, but spoken by your editor, told to you every day. You're schooled in that. Those rules are not being followed by this citizen, these people who are just got their cameras in their hand and spreading things on WhatsApp. So they're not journalists. And how do we counter them? It's a big challenge, because there is a study which shows that a lot of mainstream media people, whether they are television or even newspapers, are getting their news firsthand. About, I think 64% or something, I could be contested on the percentage, but it's rather high and frightening, from Twitter. So they see something on Twitter and then they say that, well, here's the news. Come on now, let's build on it. Let's work on it and all. We are supposed to be the ones that showed the news, that told the news to the world. We are supposed to be on the field. But what has happened in newspapers, in television channels is less and less people are going to the field. And so if you do not go to the field and do the stories, a lot of independent journalists are actually doing that because they're passionate about it and they're going. The long form journalism magazines are doing that. But mainstream, the really sort of legacy media, I remember in television, I mean, I was in a car, in a train, in a helicopter, in a flight. I mean, my suitcase used to be at the door, ready to take off wherever the next thing happened. We had to go to the field to bring the real stories of the people. No sitting at your desk and one bite here and another one there and putting it together. And then for 4 hours just sitting in the studio with four guests, the same faces from Delhi, and talking to them every day and making them fight, two on this side, two on that side. At the end of it, nobody is wiser for what they have got. So if this is the model of doing journalism, it's a model that's not working. And in this model, if legacy media follows this model, then these others who are doing it on WhatsApp and digital media, if the kind of fake news that is spreading, it's much more appealing. So it's a challenge for us. Editors have to sit down and look at this challenge and see that in the next 5 years. But now we have more and more regulations coming in on digital media. We have regulations on our press. So it's going to be a more challenging time.
Right. Thank you. I just have one last question for you, and I'm going to divide this question into two parts, but I'd love to hear your opinion on.
Okay.
So as a journalist, what's your opinion on social media influencers? Because as you said, people can go on Twitter and post whatever their opinion is, and that becomes news. But this does not have any filter to it. They're not trained to get information out. They do not have a code of conduct on how they post this information out to the public. And more often than not, these are just.
I can't hear you. You've gone mute. On mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So certain individuals on social media who call themselves influencers have a huger fan following than media or newspapers can ever reach. So what's your opinion on that?
As I said, I've revealed my age, and in the pandemic, I've also revealed the color of my hair. I just want to say this is a new world, I mean, I just don't get all this about influencers. First of all, even as a journalist, I never felt that, I never agreed with this definition that television journalists are celebrities. I never ever gave an autograph because I said, what? I mean, this is not, we are journalists. Don't do this celebrity thing because then you will push us away. We will become unreal people. And in a sense, that is what has happened, where people think that they're some whatever celebrity, and then everything then that follows from them is a touch unreal. And we need to be real. We're real people. We're going to meet real people, coming back and telling the politician, this is what the real people have told us. If we get all fancy and stop going to the ground, then it's not going to work, So first of all, on that is my view. Now, the new thing of the social media influencers who have more eyeballs than, I don't know, I'm a strange sort of journalist, strange sort of creature. And I know others who are like me as well, old school. I'm not on Twitter, I'm not on Facebook. And I'll say one thing, that I haven't done badly for that. I've made documentary films after I've quit television, and every single film, my last film, Velvet Revolution, I've shown in some 250 places physically in so many countries, and talk to live audiences, all this without Facebook, without Twitter. It's a waste of time. I am on WhatsApp. It's about, because I feel it's a little more personal, and of course I'm worried about the WhatsApp university, but I don't get it about this social media influencer. I get amazed when TikTok closed and there was all these stories about how these people had all these accounts and how they were doing these amazing dances. I watch it with amusement. I think if people are being creative and doing things which are not harming anyone, it's fine. But if they're doing something to spread toxicity, talking communal language, dividing communities, and being misogynistic against women, something that we face all the time, if all that happens, then that's really terrible. And I condemn it outright. I don't give two hoots about such social media influences.
Thank you. Just one very last thing from you. Could you please brief all of the young people watching you, listening to you, about a code that they can follow when they take to social media? Because there are comment boxes everywhere, and all of us are entitled to sharing our own opinion on social media these days. And I think it's so important for youngsters to understand that they need to have a set of guidelines or a sort of code that they need to follow before they can post anything out into the world.
Yeah, so I'll just share what the code that I know as a journalist. I mean, I can just say one thing, that in my so many years career in different media, different forms, print, television, digital, documentary, the one thing that I'm proud of is that I never had to put out a rejoinder and say that, I'm sorry, I made a mistake on that. I'm not saying people shouldn't make mistakes. They can. And if they do, then, and if they say sorry, it's fine. But I'm glad of my own record. And that is because I was like a fundamentalist when it came to checking and making sure that your source is a gold source. If you're putting out a story which is exclusive, you make sure not just rush to print, rush to television, to put out the story to beat everyone. You beat everyone. I was very, very competitive, and I'm almost always beat everyone. And I don't mean this as a little boast here. I'm just saying it is possible to do that. But at the same time, do not ever give up the basic fundamental principle of check, check, check. Make sure that the news or information that you're putting out is actually valid, because there's so much going on in WhatsApp. In fact, now I will say that sometimes in this WhatsApp university, there have been one or two occasions, I must confess, where I have forwarded something. And the next minute I got to, somebody said, no, no, this was actually 2 years back, something appeared. This is a 2-year-old thing, and I said, oh, I'm so sorry, take it right back. And I learned my lesson, and I said to myself that, what am I doing? But this is not something that I wrote. I just forwarded something which apparently was 2 years old. So I'm saying be very careful, because it can just, and in the excitement of the moment, just make sure that you check. Don't be in a rush, because then you will fall into a well, and you will become the chain that supplies fake news, and you don't want to do that. One question I always get asked, in different sort of gatherings, is that how do we know what is real news and what is fake news? How do we differentiate? How do we know which journalist is telling the truth? I think that is a real dilemma, and I think that is something, you have to know the credibility of people. But then how do you know? Because now the faces keep changing and so many people coming in. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. How do you check on what the truth is a tough call. But yeah, life is tough. And if you're going to be in this information business and you're going to be on social media, don't be that person who sent something out which was fake. That's all I'll say.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for spending some time with us. I'm quite sure that everybody who listened to you today learned so much and they had so much to take away from you. Thank you so much once again for being a part of the Parikrma Science
I
Festival.
hope so. And I wish I could have heard them as well and seen them. And I just want to say that you kids have been fabulous. And I just hope that you've used this 1 year, and I'm sure you have, doing really, really creative things. And let's all hope that this pandemic comes to an end and you guys can get back to school, because there's no place like school, there's no place like college and university. And you will be back there soon. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So moving on, our next speaker of the day and our last speaker for the Parikrma Science Festival is going to be addressing us regarding the role of digital technologies in the pandemic. And this session will be taken by Dr. Kota Murli, who is the Group Executive Vice President for Technology and Innovation at the Manipal Group and the co-founder and CEO of Vignya Labs. We welcome you, Dr. Murali, and over to you.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. So thank you for inviting me. Let me share my screen. Okay, so can you see my screen now? Hello?
Yes, your screen is visible, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me get started. I know we have like 35 minutes, including questions. So straight away, I must say I'm not an expert in this topic, but I've sort of put together, how, some material, both from public domain collaborators and my own team's work on how digital technologies can play a role in the pandemic and post-pandemic world, right? The topics that I will cover in this presentation are related to telemedicine. I'll also talk a little bit about AI in healthcare. And given the current situation, I think there's just a need for rapid and massively parallel processing of diagnostics. So I'll talk about how physics and AI can come together to build some handheld diagnostic platforms. And then last topic will be on contactless monitoring technologies for various applications, right? So here's the material from the internet. By the way, again, there's a disclaimer earlier in the first slide itself. A lot of the material has been picked up from public domain sources and collaborators. Unfortunately, I've not had time to refer everything, but I must say that quite a bit of this material is borrowed. So here is a slide that sort of highlights how one of the topics that we're going to discuss here, telemedicine, has suddenly, the usage of it has grown exponentially. So for past several years, though telemedicine has existed for a long time, initially there was a lot of interest and hype, and then it slowly, came down in terms of utilization. And this is what is, Google search for telemedicine as the keyword suddenly exponentially increased since the pandemic started, right? So suddenly there's a massive interest in the telemedicine platforms, and this is related to connected health and remote monitoring and whatnot. And in the US, there's a bunch of statistics because doctors are not readily available, hospitals are shut down, etc. So a lot of utilization in the telemedicine platform. About 15% of population in some of the big hospital groups started to heavily rely on screening of patients using telemedicine, right? And then in terms of market potential for this is may not be of interest to the school kids right now, but there's just a massive interest in the telemedicine platform, right? So how do you actually enable all of these technologies? And in this case, I talk about telemedicine, but rest of the technologies that I talk about in the later part of the talk, this is largely going to be enabled using a lot of the digital technologies. And previously I worked on semiconductor technologies for almost 10 years, building extremely small sized devices going into chips. And it turns out it is that massive amount of compute power that is readily available that is what is enabling our the various platforms, including telemedicine, AI in healthcare, and other areas. Right, so there's been an exponential increase in the computational power, speed. At the same time, the power consumption for these compute platforms also has dramatically reduced, right? So effectively, these compute platforms, together with sensors and analytics, have become much more cost effective, accessible through hardware, algorithms, and data. And there's just huge focus on building applications and solutions using these technologies. And it turns out healthcare is a very critical area, and the adoption of such technologies for healthcare will, due to the pandemic, have been accelerated, right? So if you see, there's this massive convergence of the digital world with the physical world, right? Physical world could have data in the form of video, image, text, voice, sensors, and just plain numeric data, right? So the goal is to be able to process this information in real time, right, and make sense of that data, regardless of what form it comes in. Like I mentioned, you have video, image, text, voice, and whatnot. And if you can do it on mobile platforms, it's even better, because all of us have these mobile handheld devices, and these days the computational capacity and speed of these mobile devices is as good as these high-end computers or workstations that you would have on your desk maybe 10 years ago, right? So it's this massive amount of computational power that resides in our hands, that will actually lead to some of these applications in healthcare and non-healthcare sectors. Right, so I'll start with telemedicine, and then go into the other topics, right? So, telemedicine, there could be a variety of ways, but here is a snapshot of or an overview of how telemedicine will play a role from one of my colleagues. Right, one is you might go to the hospital, you might get a bunch of tests done. It could be scans, it could be lab-based diagnostics, right? And there you typically store the data. And then you forward it to the specialist to sort of analyze your results, right, and then make clinical decisions based on in that scenario, right? Then you have remote monitoring, where for example, a lot of us, I'm sure, have used thermometers and digital thermometers, the saturated oxygen measurement device, whatever it's called, SpO2 device, especially during the pandemic. So a lot of devices are starting to enter our homes, right? And of course, people keep these blood pressure monitoring devices, blood glucose meters, whatnot, right? So there are a lot of devices that are starting to creep into our homes to be able to do a bunch of monitoring in real time. And then whenever you need, when your vitals are not normal, you would want to go interact with doctors. And I'm sure a lot of us have experienced talking to doctors on the phone or video chats, especially during the pandemic. So the whole idea is to be able to, diagnose patients remotely and avoid crowding in hospitals, especially in a pandemic situation. I am sure this will continue. This will continue to be a trend post-pandemic, right? So for all of this, you need to be able to, sense, make measurements, scan, store that data, process that data in real time, in order to be able to arrive at right clinical decisions, even if you're not physically in front of a doctor, right? So all of this will require a massive amount of new technology, new sensors, new processing, AI to be able to automate some of this, right? So I'll go into a little bit of detail in the next few charts, right? So the whole concept of telehealth, if you go to semi-urban and rural areas, access to healthcare is a huge challenge in our country, right? I recently, maybe 1.5, 2 years ago, visited AIMS Jodhpur, which happens to be a premium hospital in that region of Rajasthan. Their daily outpatient numbers go anywhere from 2 to 4,000 a day, right? So out of which many of them could be, many of the patients could have been sort of screened in primary healthcare centers if there was some minimal minimal facilities in terms of screening for vitals, and also a doctor to have to be able to consult through video calls or telehealth platforms in order to make some decisions, right, rather than these people traveling hundreds of kilometers to come into these healthcare centers. So the whole goal is to be able to screen patients who need minimal assessment and reassurance, and this can be done remotely. Of course, people who need advanced tests and advanced screening they can of course come into the hospital for further checks, right? So I think the pandemic is sort of forcing the usage of technology in a massive and scalable way in order to address these minimal assessment of patients who don't really need to come into the hospital for diagnostics or seeing the doctor. Right. So real-time clinical examinations will require, like I said, all these sensors, diagnostic devices, etc. And you want to make decisions in real time and in a scalable way, so that in a situation where you have in a pandemic situation, you are able to massively screen the large population that we have in our country and across the world. Right. So real-time clinical examinations, for example, it could be lesions, wounds, lumps, whatnot, vitals like heart rate, temperature, respiratory rate, oxygen saturation, etc. Then some certain live examinations, if you have a high resolution camera, can also happen remotely rather than you going into the doctor's office. Right. So the idea is to be able to upload such information in real time, make sense of that data. And in the next section, I'll actually talk about AI on how it plays a very critical role in terms of doing pre-diagnosis before a doctor actually looks at your results, right? Otherwise, a lot of time gets spent in terms of understanding the history of the patient and then the current results, and then making sense of it. And AI will start to play a very critical role to accelerate that whole clinical decision-making process. So certain parameters that doctors would definitely like to know a priori before they see a patient, including their name, age, etc. Right, and then what are the chief complaints, right? And typically, some of my doctor friends tell me that in about 8 to 10 questions, they can actually arrive at a short list of potential correlations of a disease with the symptoms that the patient might present, right? And then AI, for example, natural language processing can actually understand some of these symptoms in real time. In fact, for example, you can go to WebMD, enter your symptoms, in a shortlist saying potentially you have disease 1 to disease, let's say 3, right, in that order, right, based on your symptoms, right? So then once that is done, you can talk to your family physician, or the AI system can directly decide who's the specialist doctor that you could actually go consult within your area, or it could be remote if you don't have access to them, right? And then when a patient and doctor are talking to each other, a lot of the data in terms of patient's history, then the current set of symptoms or complaints, and then making correlations of the historical data with the current data, all of that, rather than a doctor looking at hundreds of pages of documents or tens of pages of documents. A lot of the AI, especially natural language processing systems, can actually extract that data in a meaningful way and present it to the doctor in real time, right? So overall, what happens is, as you start to integrate diagnosis with therapy and then eventually health, you can start to bring together lab-based results into a single platform. It could be an app or some cloud-based solution, and then the health info, and then based on the historical records together with the current lab records, then you're going to sort of direct that person for maybe further analysis through imaging, or you might have a prescription leading to a pharmacy, right? All of these you can start to sort of integrate and make it an extremely robust and scalable platform. And like I said, many places where you don't really need physical presence of the patient can be done all remotely, right? For non-critical cases. Right, so that's about the telemedicine platform. So basically, telemedicine platform is sort of generating huge amount of data about the patient, about the their historic data, their current set of symptoms, the current set of diagnostics, And how do you actually start to use that massive amount of data, which might come in the form of a lab report, it might come in the form of imaging results, etc. Right? So how do you actually process all of it in real time? And that leads me to my next topic of how AI will play a very critical role in this segment. Right. So in the pandemic world, all of us have seen about all these flattening of the curve. What are the strategies one can deploy? Right. And this is all about, understanding data, plotting it out, and then figuring out the key parameters that can help you, for example, flatten the curve. So why do you want to flatten the curve? You don't want to have overcrowding of the hospitals, and then because you can only provide limited number of beds, and you have limited number of healthcare professionals professionals who can address you in real time, right? So how do you actually parameterize it? There are a lot of models which were actually there were very few models which were successful. A lot of models actually didn't do well, right? And that's where the capturing of critical data and building a very robust model is extremely critical, right? On the right side, you see a dashboard. For example, how do you know? Let's say you have an emergency situation, right? How do you know especially in a pandemic situation, which hospital can you go to, right? How many beds are available? What specialists are actually can you go visit in those hospitals? Just having simple things like dashboards can actually tell you. Can really help patients and the healthcare system by itself, right? And then there's just a lot of mathematical modeling that one can do. For example, just seeing how the outbreak has grown across the world. This was March 2020 data, right? Where a lot of countries were white, but now, which means there are no cases, but now it's spread across the world, right? So how do you actually parameterize, understand what are the critical parameters that are actually playing a role in terms of the spread of a disease in the case of pandemics, or it could be individual to a patient in terms of correlations of various diagnostic results in order to make clinical decisions, right? So there's just a lot of data analytics work that happens, massive amounts of data, because there's just massive amount of parameters involved. Right. In the case of the telemedicine that we talked about, you can actually start to upload data in real time. These could be clinical lab reports, some pathology reports, some imaging data, and it could be things like ECG, EEG, and other data, right? So you can actually start to upload a lot of this data in real time, right? And then you can actually run real-time analytics to actually parse out data to say what is good and what is bad or abnormal test results. Show you some examples of it. So you can actually start to upload, if speech is involved, you can also involve speech to text, and eventually integrate that with lab-based tests, imaging tests, and other results in order to sort of prepare AI-based analysis or a report, which can eventually go to the doctor for like a pre-diagnostic screening, so that the doctor can make data-driven decisions and then take clinical follow-up actions, right? So AI can also play a very critical role in terms of medical alerts. So for example, right, there could be historic data. Right now, most of it is captured on paper, and there's no digitization in most places. Even if you capture it digitally, there is no AI on top of it, which can actually help read that historic data in order to make right decisions with the patient. So for example, let's say somebody gets admitted to a hospital, and there is historic data to suggest that that particular person is resistant to a particular antibiotic or has a very severe reaction to a particular medicine, right? You don't want to be a trial and error when you're admitted to a hospital, right? So you want to be able to look at your data and real time, as if there is a system that can alert to the historic records and say, no, you're not going to use this particular antibiotic, or you're not going to use this particular steroid in order to treat this patient because he or she has a severe reaction to it. So that alerting system, right from admission into an emergency room all the way to, for example, someone going into a operation theater. For example, some of my doctor friends tell me is they want to be absolutely sure that they're operating on the right side of the body. For example, if it is a right eye or a left eye, right? So you want to be able to have this real-time alerts and checks and balances in order to make sure that you're doing the right thing with the patient, right? So a lot of things that could be used that can be alerted in real time just by having the data in digital format and running AI in the background to make sure that the right actions are taken, right? So essentially, this is sort of a summary of how data-based data analytics plays a critical role. There's patient data, there's clinical findings, there's test reports, and you want to integrate all this to be able to do the right diagnosis and take the corrective action, right? There's a lot of work that is going on in the imaging space, for example, to understand radiology data or CT scans and whatnot, because there is a normal pattern, right? When somebody, when some, let's say, here is your bone structure, and let's say there's a hairline crack, right? So you can actually start to train these image processing tools based on deep learning that you can actually point out those anomalies or abnormal findings in real time, right? So this can apply to various types of radiology or other kinds of scans, right? So here's an example, right? So for example, here there is, example of a tumor in the lung. And, this is something, rather than you take a report and then wait for a radiologist, AI can actually pinpoint that there's actually an abnormal growth here, right? Because you see a shadow of it. So these are things that AI can actually segment in real time and start to aid the doctor in order to, for example, prepare for a surgery or take corrective action through medication or any other means. Here's some example of our own work. This was metal detection work that we had done, but we have sort of seamlessly extended it to understanding breathing patterns, right? So again, when you're monitoring patients, again, let's say in a COVID ICU, right? You want to be able to see if somebody is breathing normally or not, and somebody is breathing, having breathing difficulties, you can actually detect this in real time, right? So moving on to the next topic, which is on handheld diagnostics. So till now we talked about gathering data in various forms using traditional techniques, and then how do you actually analyze that in real time, right? But now, as we have seen, in the pandemic world, you sneeze, you're very scared that you have COVID, right? So that's the kind of fear psychosis built into people right now. So how do you actually enable rapid and massive screening through newer technologies, right? And that leads me to the next topic, which is on handheld diagnostics, right? These are point of care devices. Again, this includes some of our work that we are doing right now with Harvard to do multiple screenings one shot, right? So here's an example. Again, these are slides borrowed from one of my colleagues, former colleagues. So here's conventional microscopy, where you're trying to sort of you extract blood or any other body fluid, and then you stain it. And then through, looking under the microscope, you actually count how many are infected cells, for example, right? So this is conventional microscopy, still used extensively in labs. But here is some very nice work. This is a former colleague of mine who was at IIC. This is his slide, where they built this AI-based contrast microscopy. So they built these microfluidic channels that allow, these are about 5 microns in size. They allow one cell to pass at a time. And then here is, for example, a detection of malaria parasite. So each time there's an infected cell, it turns out it appears as a dark spot. So as these cells are passing through these microfluidic channels, you can have an AI-based imaging system that can actually count how many of them have the dark stain versus being normal. And in that process, you can actually do diagnostics to single cell level, right? So rather than somebody looking through the microscope and looking at a very small volume, and they might actually miss the diagnostics early on, here you can have an AI-based system that can actually detect diseases very early, right? Um, Here's an example of these colorimetry based diagnosis. So for example, here you can start to probe various biomolecules of interest by simply having the respective biochemistry on paper, right? And then you drop the body fluid, and whenever there is a reaction to that particular biomolecule of interest, there's a color change, right? And these are kinds of things that one can, these are like typical blood glucose devices that you might have in your homes, right? The same principle can be extended for screening of diseases. It may not be quantitative, but it can at least give you a qualitative picture saying yes or no, right? And that's a very important answer. For example, even COVID, the antigen tests that you see in the market, or antibody tests, they can tell you whether you have had antibodies or you have antigens, which means you have actually acute infection right now, right? So you can start to automate a lot of it. So here you see a snapshot of how the body fluid can actually circulate, go react with the respective biochemistry, and give you a color response. And all of this you can start to integrate with cell phones, because these are, as I said, edge devices that have a lot of computational power. You can also go into much more quantitative analysis using other type of spectroscopic techniques. For example, you can do Raman spectroscopy, you can do UV visible spectroscopy and whatnot, in order to be able to quantify the spectroscopic data in real time, and that gives you orders of magnitude improvement in sensitivity, right? So all of us, I'm sure, have experienced these antigen and antibody kits. You have these lateral flow devices, right? And you put in the body fluid integrated with the with the reagent of interest, right? So that the pH levels, etc., are maintained. And then you have a control line and a test line, right? So the fluid has to go all the way up to control line. When it lights up, it means the fluid has actually reached where it needs to reach. And then if the test line goes positive, that means it is a positive test result. If not, it's negative. And there are mechanisms to even say that whether the test came out was done accurately or not. If, for example, the control line did not glow, the color response was not there, then that means that was a failed test, right? So they're very, very simple. In few minutes, you can actually these days do antigen testing for COVID, right? And that's how people have sort of reacted very quickly to build these kind of technologies, right? So, so typically in these immunoassays, in this case, I'm talking about antigens. Typically, you can have antibodies that could have been synthesized, in other, animals. And then these antibodies are sort of immobilized onto, for example, tubes or those paper-based substrates or microfluidic channels that I showed before, right? And then the antigen, which is very specific to that particular antibody, binds with it, right? And rest of the particles, for example, say in your blood, are washed off, right? And then when you want to see a change in color, right, you have these labeled antigens, which can further bind with the antibodies, which can further bind with the antigen that binds with this immobilized antibody. So you basically have essentially a combination of a capture antibody together with a target antigen of interest or an analyte, and then eventually a detection probe, which actually gives you, for example, a change in color, right? So if you have extremely sensitive probes, which we are actually working on right now, you can start to get extremely high sensitivities, and you can actually start to quantify how many antibodies or antigens were present in unit volume of the body fluid. Right, so you can bring all these together. In fact, this is a device we're actually building together with an institute that's a joint institute between Harvard, MIT, and MGH, right? Where we are looking at these microfluidic channels through which you can start to do multiple tests one shot, right? Through a few drops of blood or any other body fluid. And you have specific antibodies or antigens that are functionalized to each of these microfluidics, right? And then eventually we're using these multispectral imagers, which are actually able to quantify how much of light of that particular color is coming out of the sample in order to quantify how much of that antibody or antigen is present. right? So that's on these emerging technologies. There's all, this is just what I've provided is just a snapshot. There's just tons and tons of very creative ideas people across the world are pursuing in order to do this rapid point of care, both qualitative and quantitative immunoassays to be able to do rapid screening. Okay, so I'll move on to the last topic, which is about contactless monitoring. Again, these are some solutions that we have built. I'll just play some videos. Temperature monitoring was, I think, is of interest and continues to be of interest. But how do you, let's say, in a work environment, um, how do you actually screen people efficiently, right? So this is something we implemented using thermal imaging systems with very high accuracy, less than zero 0.1 degrees, together with face recognition system. A lot of ONGC, a lot of factories are actually using our technology. So in real time, it's actually able to probe your temperature. So it turns out the eye forehead region is the most sensitive one to, has the highest temperature on your face. So we are able to build these AI algorithms that can actually detect that most sensitive zone in real time and then highlight the temperature, right? So that's that. Then on the contact tracing and home quarantine tracking, it turns out a lot of people use GPS-based systems, including in our state here. But it turns out in Maharashtra, they adopted our solution where in real time, we are actually able to see if people are following these home quarantine tracking or rules, especially for the infected patients, right? So because in a GPS-based tracking, you can always leave your phone, walk anywhere you want, and it'll tell you you're actually sitting at home. But here is a combination of face recognition with geo-tracking that we implemented for multiple locations, right? So I'll just play this video.
This is a selfie-based face recognition and geolocation tracking system, wherein the face and geolocation of a home quarantined individual is analyzed in real time using artificial intelligence technology. The app enables the quarantined individual to register with their name, phone number, and selfie along with the geolocation. Once this information is uploaded to the cloud-based artificial intelligence server, the details are verified against the database of records. The registered individuals are notified through an SMS and the app. The users can then mark their quarantine attendance in real time using the activated app. The users can open the app and upload their selfie with automated geotagging. This quarantine attendance information is then sent to the server for real-time analysis of face and location using artificial intelligence algorithms. The artificial intelligence engine analyzes the uploaded information to record the quarantine attendance. If the user fails to upload their genuine picture, or if they are away from the registered geolocation, a real-time alert is triggered on the dashboard. Based on the alert, the authorized personnel can take appropriate action for non-compliance of home quarantine guidelines. This solution is a real-time, preemptive, and precautionary measure to contain the spread of coronavirus.
So in that technology, once we implemented for home quarantine tracking, a lot of prisoners were getting released, then a lot of people going on parole, bail, and whatnot. So now, in fact, a few months ago, a conviction of somebody who violated the bail norms was actually convicted using our technology. And now Bombay High Court wants to scale this across the state. Then another very interesting one is as you're working from home, this is more for enterprises, right? A lot of sensitive data is being processed in real time because people are away from offices, right? So how do you actually track their behavior? Track their behavior in the sense sensitive data, you don't want wrong people to be accessing the system. So for example, I'm issued a laptop, I'm working on very sensitive data, but you don't know who's using it. I might hand it over to somebody else who's actually stealing a lot of, let's say, banking information, insurance information, or other private data, right? So here is another solution that we built, which is scaled to now several hundreds and going to thousands now. So in real time, you can actually make it very foolproof in terms of who's actually using the system. that's that. Again, from a contactless technology, face recognition for attendance is sort of being used extensively. We built a bunch of, again, solutions here on this front. Then there was a lot of interest from the law enforcement to actually do all these mask detection and other compliances. For example, if people are crowding in public environments like railway stations and whatnot, right? So all of these things AI can actually detect in real time, so that the enforcement authorities can take action in real time, right? So some of the work again highlighted across many news articles based on what we have done, right? So I will stop here, right? So I hope I've provided a reasonable perspective of how technology sort of can play a role in the current pandemic and post-pandemic world. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Murali. We have a few questions for you. Can I proceed to ask them? The first question is, do you feel that virtual reality would be used for clinical examinations in the future? If yes, by when do you see this happening?
Okay, so I'm not good at predictions, but I must say this decade we will actually see virtual reality playing a very critical role, especially, for example, let's say you have imaging, right? And you create these 3D data of those imaging reports, right? So a doctor can actually analyze these reports, and let's say there's a surgery required based on that imaging report, then they can actually plan these surgeries ahead of time, right? So virtual reality together with the traditional imaging will play a very critical role, and I guess this decade we'll see massive adoption of it.
Thank you. This question is from Priscilla, and she is asking, if medical diagnostics wants to completely go digital, what measures can be taken to help keep the less educated communities updated and involved in this change?
So I think with the kind of technologies that are emerging, right, you want to make it very easy for people to use it. Even, it could be a healthcare worker who's not very equipped to analyze reports. But as long as that you have these sensors or other diagnostic tools which can give you data, then I think there'll be a massive adoption of AI to actually make decisions automatically, right? So I think that is what will help us propagate these technologies and also make it very scalable as you go into these remote areas where you may not have trained professionals to actually interpret data for you.
Right. Um, the last question is from Ajay, and Ajay is asking, how can you determine that telemedicine is safe for a particular patient without live interaction or physical examination, intervention, physical examination?
Yeah. So again, this is more from a screening perspective. When you have nothing, are you going to actually go travel hundreds of kilometers in order to get yourself examined, versus use telemedicine at least for screening from a vitals perspective and make certain decisions. Right now, if there are more critical diagnosis or examinations that need to be done, it has to be done in person, right? But this telemedicine will play a critical role from a screening perspective. But finally, all the decision making will involve technology together with the doctor actually making sure that the results or diagnostics are done in the right way, right? So it'll play a more important role from a screening perspective, not for final clinical decision, right? Till technology becomes much more mature, I don't think.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Murali, for taking part in the Parikrma Science Festival of Science. I'm sure that everybody who listened to you today got a comprehensive understanding of the role of digital technologies in today's world, and especially in medicine. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good evening. Thanks.
All right, all of you budding scientists, we're going to be moving on to the most interesting part of the Science Festival, which is the COVID-19 Action Summit. I welcome all of you to the COVID-19 Action Summit. It is our privilege that such an important summit is being held at the Parikrma Festival of Science. This summit is a gathering of highly accomplished scientists, medical practitioners, and members of the public administration. However, we have managed to secure exactly 1 hour in this summit to hear your voice, the voice of children at this important summit. We want to see inclusive, creative, and strategic action plans from you. These action plans will be judged by our panel of judges, and they will select 2 best presentations, and these presentations will be awarded with surprise prizes. Now, here's what you have to do. Please listen very carefully to the following instructions and wait for me to give you a clear signal of when you can log out and log back into your breakout sessions. Please listen to the instructions very carefully. You have a total preparation time of 20 minutes. You have a total presentation time of 5 minutes per group. If you exceed 5 minutes, your presentation will be muted out. Um, I will announce the names of the groups in a sequence when you log back in, and you will make your presentation when your group is being called out. And while preparing in your breakout groups, you may have surprise visitors who will take interest in how you're going about your action plan. Now, you are to log back in at exactly 11 a.m. and you can, this is your cue to log out of the session now and go into your breakout sessions to prepare for prepare your action plan to present at the summit. We're all starting.
Will all the Parikrma teachers, except for the mentors, all the Parikrma teachers logged on as part of our Our Day celebrations. Please do stay on because you've missed out most of the sessions, and we'd like you to see some interesting art, music, and dance that was, art, music, and poetry sessions that we had. So, Parikrma teachers, please stay on. Mentors, report to your respective groups. All the participants too, please log into your respective groups for preparation for the summit. The Parikrama teachers, who are busy in the schools, they couldn't log on to our sessions. So we just show them some of the, art and music and poems that have come in from various schools. Because we'd like you to recommend as a group from each school some of the best art, or the best poem, or the best music that's coming. You might want to give it a little more time for the teachers to absorb it. Rotate that picture. So how have you found the session so far, teachers? Please use the chat box. And Farita, you can help me to read up the chat.
Kavya says it was informative and good.
We can't use two words, two adjectives today. One is nice and good. Anything else is welcome.
Informative, interesting.
Also, please, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, if you all could just, take, grade it on a scale from 1 to 10. Make a note of the child as well as the school. All right. Next one, please. Next. Prem, you also have lots of the stuff, right? You can scroll down the poems very slowly so that they're able to read it. One complete poem at a time. Yeah, right. Please do make a note of the name of the student as well as the school. Okay. Next set. It's the same school, right? Scroll down, please. Yeah. It's the next set now. Next set. Only the art of poetry. I think, Prem, you said you've got some dance, right? Yeah. Try playing that again.
My name is Kevin. I am studying in 8th standard St. Mary's School. Today I am going to recite a poem on Corona. We may be young or old, but we must be bold. Against the enemy untold, but we cannot go out. Nor we can go to malls, nor we can go to waterfalls. Because the virus is scary, sending our spinals to shivering. If you have to go out, you have to think twice. Wear your mask and always be wise. After coming home, sanitize. COVID-19 is in the name. It is playing a hide and seek game. By following the rules, we can ensure the end game. Thank you.
It is very cute, right? Hmm. The other one?
Everyone, my name is Lily. I'm from St. Mary English High School. Today I'm going to do the dance of COVID-19.
नमस्ते नमस्ते हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते एक डोंट वरी सब हो जाएगा ठीक स्ट्रॉन्ग बनो डोंट बी वीक समीर हम लोगों का मैला हुआ है इसीलिए वायरस ये फैला हुआ है सब स्टॉप हो गया सेंसेक्स ड्रॉप मत करो तुम कितना पैनिक डूब जाएगी फिर टाइटैनिक ट्रैवलिंग को रोक दो इस वायरस को ठोक दो जोक नहीं सीरियस है ये मैटर में सीरियस है डोंट गो आफ्टर बकरी खाओ दाल सब्जी ज्यादा खाओ भीड़ भाड़ में कम जाओ ड्रीम हो जाओ जिम जाओ गले लगाना हाथ मिलाना सब छोड़ रही है पब्लिक दुनिया भर की अब हाथ जोड़ रही है हाथ जोड़ना बोले तो नमस्ते नमस्ते तुम भी सब करो ना फिर भूल जाएंगे रास्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते 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 हाथ जोड़ो जोड़ो करो तुम नमस्ते
Very cute. But it's not an original song. Yeah, I mean, it's very cute, right? But anyway, we didn't say you've got to compose that, the song that you are going to dance to. So that's good. What else do we have, Mahesh and Prem? Summer poems? Okay. Do we have the child's name? School and name. Greenfield Public School. And the name of the child? Not given. Okay. It's an entry from Greenfield Public. Next one. Again, what's the name of the school? Same school. Both entries from Greenfield Public School. Okay. Quite a lengthy poem, huh? I mean, at the end of the session, at the end of the festival, what we can do is compile all this poetry. And at the end of this festival, we can compile all this poetry and share it with the rest of the kids in school. They can have poetry reading sessions, poetry discussions. Next one now. Which school is this? Euro School North Campus now. Nice. We also have the music video, no, by F4 School. Okay, that was very nice. Okay, teachers, while you're logged in, because you can't see all the participants, but just look out for even the poetry of our own children. Okay, any artwork of our children, because we definitely need to use it for our own sessions later on. Next one, Namesh. And now you're going to watch a very special video. We thought it was really extremely good. This has been created by Air Force School Hebat.
Jetzt durch, zusammen. Scheiß Corona, oh na na. Das ganze Land steht still, Corona, oh na na. Hab keinen Bock auf Quarantäne, ne, ne, ne. Bloß nicht. Alle Schulen und Läden leer. Auf Fußball gibt's nicht mehr. Corona, oh na na. Sakrotan in jeder Tasche. Zum sicher sein. Immer schön die XL-Flasche. Die passt noch rein. Im Bus und Bahn trägt jeder Maske. Erkennst du keinen. Überall Hamsterkäufe. Pack die Nudeln ein. Seitdem das hier bei uns ist, mach ich nur noch Homeoffice. Schön vom Bett aus. Alle Leute sind Zeuge, ich nies in die Armbeuge. Scheiß Corona, oh na na. Das ganze Land steht still, Corona, oh na na. Hab keinen Bock auf.
Okay, what else do we have, guys? More stuff. I think there were some essays by the government school children. We have just another 5 minutes. Yeah, please continue to show all this thing we got, all the artwork. I hope all the art teachers are. Am I on? I hope all the art teachers are, taking a keen look at all the artwork. I think this is a Parikrma child. Euro school. Beautiful. One thought that comes to my mind is we don't have to wait for a Parikrma Festival of Science to have this kind of, stuff coming in from our children. Any topic that you teach, you should just, keep the thing open and say, what art can you create from this topic? What, music, what dance, and what poetry. That way, each lesson can become a beautiful project, and all children will get an opportunity to participate in it in some way or the other. Yeah. Do we have more? Oh, that's lovely. We just have a few minutes more. You can just continue to take a look at all the stuff that's coming in, that has come in already, and is continuing to come in. All this will also be going up on YouTube, isn't it? All the art, music, poetry, and all. Yeah, that'd be great for the children to see all their stuff. Every single thing should go up, whatever they've sent. No? Right, it's 11, and I think the children are beginning to log back now, the groups. Right, Farita? The children are beginning to log back, I think. 11 was the time given to them. I hope at least. Uh, There's another interesting session now. Again, make your notes, please. For each group, please make your each of the groups that will be presenting. We want all the Parikrama staff to please keep making notes. Even your children from your classes, will also be they'll be part of the group that is presenting, participating. And this is an opportunity for us to see how our children and how well they bond with others, how well they work as a team, and how well they're able to present. Okay, there are some comments that have come up. Farita, will you just read some things on the chat box?
Um, we have Rashida saying Nupur Basu's session was interesting, and Dr. Murli Kota's session couldn't. They seem to have enjoyed Nupur Basu's session. They're talking about telemedicine on consultation was very informative. That it's excellent, especially the pandemic poetry. Somebody loves the pandemic poetry. The poetry is fabulous.
But we didn't get, I think we hardly got any entries in Kannada. Not from Parikrma or not from any other schools. Right? It would have been nice if we had got those Kannada also. Okay, have the groups begun joining in, Akash? Mm.
All right, I welcome all of you back to the COVID-19 Action Summit that we have as a part of the Parikrma Science Festival. We're just waiting for all of the groups to join in so that I can go ahead and introduce the judges and then call out the first group to share your action plan with us. We'll give it 2 more minutes. We request all of the mentors to please encourage all of your team members to join in on this link. Well, while we wait, if all of the participants, if you have anything to share with us, please type it in the chat box and send us. You've been a part of a 3-day science festival by Parikrma. What did you think of your experience being a part of this festival? We'd like to hear from you. Share your experience in the chat box with us. Well, there is a question. How will we speak for the presentation? You had been given 20 minutes of preparation time for the presentation, and you all know the order of who's going to be presenting. So you have to unmute yourself accordingly and present. do the unmuting accordingly and you have to go ahead with the presentation. I hope that answers your question, Aditya. So I understand that you do not have the unmute option and that it's blurred out for you right now, but when we call out your group, we will allow you to unmute. The option will unblock itself. Is that clear? If you did not understand that, when I call out your group name for the presentation, we will allow you to use the unmute button and then you can unmute yourself in order to present. I have a very, very important instruction um, for the COVID-19 Action Summit. Only those who are presenting in the group name that I've called out to present are allowed to unmute themselves to speak. If anybody else from any other group tries to disturb any presentation by unmuting yourself or by speaking out of turn, you will be immediately disqualified. Some amazing comments coming in. We have Tuhina saying it was an amazing opportunity, and I'm so glad that my teacher put me for this. I learned so much in 3 days, and I can see the virus from an unbiased point of view. Wonderful. We have Sulan saying thank you for the amazing program. It has encouraged me a lot. I got to meet and interact with many amazing people. I got to hear amazing scientists. I've learned a lot of things from this. Right. Right. Somebody else is saying the Parikrma Festival of Science has been a great learning opportunity. This is from Sushmita from Parikrma Sakam. We request all the participants, do not unmute yourself just because the option is now available. Please wait for me to call out your group name, and only if you are presenting, only then unmute yourself. Otherwise, keep a hold on that button. Do not unmute yourself because you will be disqualified. All right. So the order of presentation is going to be according to your group numbers, but I will announce both the number and the name of your group. As per my understanding, Jayashri from group 1 has not logged in yet. So Jayashri, if you're here, please say you're present in the comment box. The unmute option will only be available when you're presenting. It's not going to be made available all the time. So only when you're presenting, if you click it, it will be unblurred and available for you to unmute. So don't worry about it. Only when you're presenting, you can look at the unmute button and unmute yourself. It will work then. Last call for Jayashri from Alexander Fleming Group. If you're here, I want you to please announce that you're here on the chat box. I'm going to proceed to read out some of the comments that we've been getting regarding the Parikrma Science Festival. We have Mahidhara saying, I'm very proud and lucky to be selected to be a part of this amazing science festival. I've had many of my myths busted. Thank you so much for giving us the exposure and the opportunity to listen from great scientists. We have Yashvita saying, Yashvita from DPS East saying it was fantastic meeting all the experts and students worldwide. It was lovely. Right. We have Mr. Simon Turner saying that it has been amazing. I didn't realize until yesterday that the COVID vaccine that I had yesterday was made in India. So Simon Turner is from London, UK. We thank you for joining us. I will be introducing you formally later on. We have Meera Krishna saying, I'm so proud to be a part of this fantastic festival. Thank you so much. I learned a lot in 3 days. So many speakers and experiments. All right.
Hi, I'm Jayashri.
Please mute yourselves. Do not unmute yourselves. All right. So it seems that we have all of our participants logged back in. So we will be beginning with hearing from you about your action plan. I welcome you back once again to the COVID-19 Action Summit. That's a part of the Parikrma Science Festival. I request our first group called the Alexander Fleming Group to please go ahead with your presentation. Remember, you only have 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. This is Group 1, Alexander Fleming. The kind of research we needed is to identify the source of virus, research on vaccines and antiviral medicines, analyze the risk factors, and also reduce them, exploit research on previous pandemics. Change the slide. The kind of data needed is number of people affected and fatalities, the amount of medical supplies needed, the frontline workers available, and the side effects of the vaccine, and all the vulnerable groups must be identified and apps to monitor the number of people affected and who are recovered. Next slide, please.
Parties, shopping malls, political rallies, that is, where footfall is more, they should be banned. Also, the overseas trade should be prohibited except for those for necessary reasons. People who violate rules should be imposed fines and involved as COVID warriors. Hospitals have become a key place where people have been going around in this course of time. Thus, online doctor appointment system would be a major step preventing people from coming out of their home. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned earlier, places with more gathering should be banned, but some unpreventable events such as funerals and weddings should be carried out, but by following the protocols and testing people before and after the event. Real-time shopping should be prohibited, or at least there should be a cap on the number of shoppers at a time. Funds should be generated through crowdsourcing to help people, those who are in need. At last, the most important is people must follow rules at all times. Next slide, please.
To ease the burden for hospitals, ICU beds, ventilators, and training sessions for nurses could be provided to avoid any bumps during a busy day. Medical students could take up the role of volunteers as it will be more helpful for more patients for better efficiency. Since there are already huge crowds present in hospitals, making them danger zones, we could take up the practice of using home testing kits, which would be a safer option, as if the patient was healthy, he or she would not be at a risk of getting COVID. Larger and popular organizations are more of a risk for COVID infected employees by direct touch through multiple patients. To make it safe for patients who don't have COVID, testing them would be more appropriate. COVID testing centers should be set up outside of hospitals as these hospitals are filled with infected people, so spreading of the disease would be easy. Next slide, please. People with light symptoms could be provided monoclonal antibodies and antiviral medicines like remdesivir for suppression of symptoms. A decentralization at ward levels would be more appropriate as it decreases the risk of large groups gathering and getting infected. Next slide, please.
ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾರತ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ತುರ್ತು ಸಂದರ್ಭಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಾದ ಆಹಾರ ಮತ್ತು ನೀರನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಲು ನೂತನ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಂದ ಡ್ರೋನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಬಳಸುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸುವುದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಸಾಂಕ್ರಾಮಿಕ ರೋಗದಿಂದ ತೊಂದರೆಗೆ ಒಳಗಾದ ಜನರಿಗಾಗಿ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೊಳಿಸುವುದು. ಕಂಟೋನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಝೋನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ನಿವಾಸಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುವ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಲು ರೋಬೋಟಿಕ್ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವುದು.
I am unable to hear. Is there any problem?
The presenter will request you to finish your presentation, please.
Yeah, I'm unable to hear them. Slide is moving. One or two move.
I understand. The team from Alexander Fleming, please continue with your presentation. We have the slide, the doorstep vaccination put up for you to continue your presentation.
Yeah. Doorstep vaccination could be introduced as old people would be very much benefited by the doorstep vaccination. Research and trial on oral vaccination should be increased. Call center for follow up on symptoms. Next slide, please. Vaccinating the vulnerable groups first would be the priority. We should hold campaigns to overcome the vaccine hesitancy, and we should also avoid vaccine wastage because there is a lot of hard work put behind to make the vaccine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Alexander Fleming. And now I request Anne Bishop, the second team, to please take over and do your presentation for us. Anne Bishop, please unmute yourself and say that you'll be taking over.
Hello everybody, we are the Anne Bishop Group and this is our COVID-19 action plan. Next slide please. Research. We should gather the population numbers from the latest census so we can effectively plan our vaccine distribution. As we research the number of victims in each area, we can effectively know how many vaccines are required and which facilities are available for the vaccine. We need the price of the vaccine so that we can calculate how much money to deduct from taxes to save for the vaccination fund. We need collaboration across all scientists working on the vaccine for new developments.
Wear masks at all the times must be compulsory so that we can get rid of COVID-19. Isolated people can have tested positive so that follow government rules. Charge highly penalty if people do not follow the rules. It may affect nearby them who are nearby them, so it may affect even during low and in cases where violences must be constant. So if they do not follow, thank you. Next slide.
um, we have to educate people about the purpose of the vaccines, because one of the major reasons for people like who hesitate to get these vaccines is due to the lack of knowledge about what vaccines are. Just as Dr. Nishan told, he is a part of the World Vaccine Alliance. He said almost 100 models of vaccines are prepared and produced, but only 17 or 18% of them are approved and can be used by us. We can even initiate door-to-door yeah, just like how polio is used. And we can also, we have to arrange for more beds and free testings for the poor and needy, as almost 6% of the total population as of the 2021 census is under poverty, and it's almost like 86.8 million people are in extreme poverty. And I would like to get this reference from Dr. Arun and Dr. Priyanka. Dr. Priyanka, who spoke about all our indifferences and how we can cope with them, like how we can just take them away, and how Dr. Arun and Dr. Chinmay had given explanations about what vaccines are and how they can be produced. So with us, encourage volunteers.
How? We should explore on how to make non-syringe forms of the vaccine so people don't get scared of the vaccines, like oral vaccine or something. Then we should provide vaccination to all employees and their family members in their office spaces so they can easily come and work in the office without any problems. We should campaign aggressively in taking the vaccine, since awareness of the benefits of vaccine is suppressed due to negative information amongst the people. It means that people spread fake rumors about the vaccine, that it has a side effects. So we should educate the people about that. We should increase the effectiveness and error correction so that there are no side effects of it, even if it's true. Thank you.
Usually in villages there are many people who do not have access to TVs, smartphones. So different communication medium should be provided, such as SMSs, radios, etc. This would help in providing vaccination for every sector of the population. The government sectors the government sectors usually provide vaccination centers in their society, but the private sectors such as the hospitals, schools and colleges should also be encouraged to provide those vaccination centers in their areas. Du- uh, for vaccination, the vaccination should be first provided to the professionals and the frontline workers, as they have the highest risk of being positive. Then the people who are above 50 years, then between the age groups of 18 and 50, and then people between below 18 years old. Vaccination centers should be opened in the rural region, as the education is very low and they wouldn't be knowing how to be vaccinated, or anything related to that. The increase in the effectiveness and the correction the increase in the effectiveness and the correction of the vaccination should be provided to everybody.
And Bishop, your time is up. Kindly stop your presentation. Thank you. Moving on, we have Dmitry Aronovsky. I request the third group, Dmitry Aronovsky, to please take over. There's your presentation for you. This is the last call for Bhavna ji to please log in from Dmitry Ivanovsky. All right. Are you ready, Dmitry Ivanovsky, to take over? Can the first speaker of this group please confirm? Dmitry Ivanovsky, who is the first speaker from this group? Could you please check if the unmute option is available? Chandana, you can check now. Your unmute option is being made available.
Yes, ma'am. Now I got. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Parikrma Festival of Science. I am Chandana from the Regency Public School, Bangalore. Science is a study of world around us. Science never solve problem without creating 10 more. So today we are here with the Dmitry Ivanovsky team, that is Group 3, to talk about the COVID-19. As we all know that we are suffering due to COVID since from 1 year, and there were many actions taken to get rid of the situation, but we are still suffering with this situation. So we have some points to tackle on COVID situation. Now we have scientific researchers to get rid of COVID. As per the research, there is a test called serological test, which has the ability to detect the antibodies against the virus in the blood. And this test does not just cure the sick people, but then it detects the people whoever has recovered from COVID. And other than this, we can use monoclonal antibodies. These are molecules which are similar to our immune system, which fights against the infection. If the research goes in brief, we can have a drug which adds the vital proteins of the virus, which has the ability to overcome the COVID. Next, data required to fight COVID. We require number of COVID cases and number of deaths in each district. And then we need the data of cases that have increased and death rates in each district. So with all this data, we can figure out which district needs help and vaccinations quickly. Thank you. I will hand it over to my next teammate, Jivika.
SARS-CoV-2, also known as COVID-19 or the coronavirus, has indeed changed our lives in many ways. These are a few things you must and must not do in this pandemic. Also, did you know there are a few types of masks that are harmful to you? Always look for masks that are tightly woven with breathable fabric and nose wires, and it must block any source of light. You must not wear masks that have ventilation valves and are single layered. Since masks were initially not available in rural areas, people were asked to wear a thick piece of cloth covering both their nose and mouth, which works just as fine unless worn wrong. The disposal of masks is equally as important as wearing it right. The right way to dispose a mask is to place the mask in a plastic bag or a Ziploc bag, secure the bag tightly, and dispose it at a garbage can or bio-waste medical disposal unit. There must be compulsory enforcement on wearing masks whenever people step out of their homes. Health departments, municipal governments, and law enforcement units must come together to make sure this is implemented properly. Along, along with deploying COVID marshals, we can also try using the developed AI application, which recognizes people without masks and can be summoned to wear them.
Firstly, means of prevention should be practiced, such as self isolation, gargling regularly, and checking oxygen levels frequently with an oximeter. In case oxygen levels drop down or patient has other respiratory illnesses or symptoms, they should be taken to hospitals immediately. During the medical treatment of a COVID patient, the state of the patient, whether severe and in need of respiratory support or asymptomatic with only quarantine, needs to be considered. The number of beds and space for the patients being admitted need to be considered as well, and proper safety measures and protocols need to be considered. At a minimum cost, testing facilities should be made available in every clinic, increasing in surveillance and testing, call centers for coordinating admission and transportation of patients as well as answering queries. The outbreak of the COVID 19 pandemic has profoundly impacted cities around the country and raised fundamental questions about urban development. The ongoing crisis has created challenges of equality, access, and participation. It is necessary to partner with local authorities, community based organizations, educational and cultural institutions, and the private sector and professionals in order to cater to the needs of different regions in India. Consistent communication is critical to avoid panic and maintain confidence. Good coordination of messages by all sectors will help keep confusion from spreading. Partnerships between urban and rural areas is important for sustainable development. Plans for catering to the needs of different people can be done through strong governance and a well connected infrastructure. Providing easy access to education is also one of the primary targets in rural areas. By building a resilient rural infrastructure, we can create economic opportunities that were not possible during the pandemic. We can also use telemedicine, which is a practice used for caring for patients.
Your time for presentation is over. Thank you. Our fourth group is called Edward Jenner. But before, okay, yeah, well, the first presenter of Edward Jenner, will you please speak up?
Yes, science is the poetry of reality, and it is a magic that works. I'm actually very fortunate and happy to be a part of Parikrma Festival of Science. My friends Jishan, Sri Lakshmi, Satyanarayan, Adarsh, and myself are going to represent our group, Edward Jenner. So, we from Edward Jenner here to present our action plan on COVID Action Summit. So SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID-19 virus caused a great threat to us and our people. The truth is it is very dangerous for all sections of people and ages, but more disastrous and dangerous effect is on the small kids between 1 to 16 as the immune system is developing and is not yet ready to fight against the virus and on the old virus. And it is also very dangerous on the old people as their immune system has fought throughout their life and is now very weakened. Not only they, even the pregnant women who carry infants have a great threat from the virus too. In such cases, research should be done not only on improving vaccination and providing it, but also on the way of improving and developing our immune system. Immunity is all we need to protect at this situation, and if research is done on improvising it, it would be a great deal to fight against the COVID-19. Different people have different immune system, and their body reacts differently with germs or viruses. We need to collect and study the healthy lifestyle of a fully immune person and follow it to win over COVID-19. Jishan, you can continue to present.
We are planning on organizing drive to distribute sanitizer and other essential to people with restricted access. Teaming up with NGOs and institutions to reach out to underserved set of people to create awareness. We will ensure manufacturing of medical supply runs smoother and design a stage-wise hierarchy of medical support system.
ರೋಗ ಹರಡುವ ತೀವ್ರತೆಯನ್ನು ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟಲು ಹಂತ ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ತುರ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವ ಯೋಜನೆ. ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನಗರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಳಗೇರಿಗಳ ಸಮೀಪದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗೆ ನಂತರದ ದೂರದ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಸುಸಜ್ಜಿತ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿ ನುರಿತ ವೈದ್ಯರನ್ನು ನಿಯೋಜಿಸುವುದು.
Establishing medical centers to check the spread of COVID-19 at state level in urban areas, in slums and crowded regions, highly accessed villages and remote villages to have well-equipped medical centers with trained doctors to respond and check the spread of COVID-19.
The vaccine distribution should be planned such that the medical workers get vaccinated first and then the common people. After the medical workers get vaccinated, they should be trained to effectively carry out the vaccination drive and they should create awareness among people to get vaccinated. The intense clusters of cities and towns should be given priority and they should be vaccinated. It is important to identify the age group which are at a higher risk and vaccinate them. Last but not the least, the vaccine production should be increased, the export should be reduced, and it should be available to everyone.
ನನ್ನ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಲಸಿಕೆ ವಿತರಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ದೇಶದ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಮುಂದಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಂದಿನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪ್ರಜೆಗಳು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಲಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಯಲು ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಲಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಂತರ ದಿವಿಯರು, ಅಂಗನವಾಡಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು, ಪೊಲೀಸರು, ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಹೊಂದಿರುವವರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ಆದ್ಯತೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ 100 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೋವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಬೇಕು. ಕೋವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನ್ಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಶುಲ್ಕ ಹಾಕಬಾರದು. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ 0.5 ml ನಂತೆ 10 ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಡಯಲ್ನಿಂದ ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರ ಪ್ರಮಾಣ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಬೇಕು. ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸುವರು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
That's it from Team Edward Jenner, and thank you for the opportunity to speak and present our action.
Thank you, Edward Jenner. For the purpose of for our judges, I will just translate the Kannada bits into English. The first speaker was talking about making available primary health centers or first aid centers in rural India and making it more accessible in all sorts of places like within slums, within villages and districts. So making primary health centers, well-equipped primary health centers available in every region. That's what the first Kannada speaker spoke about. The second one spoke about there being no monetary charge attached to COVID vaccines, and that there should be an increased distribution of the vaccines. Before moving on to our next group, I would like to read some of the heartwarming comments that we've been receiving from the participants. Could you just scroll the comment section up so I can read some of them? We have Nathan Paul saying that this festival was an awesome experience for us. I thank all the professors. The way you interact with the students, the way of teaching was interesting with pictures on every topics. I thank all the professors and mentors who spent their valuable time for us to make us learn something new. And this is from Seema from the St. Mary's English High School. We have Lily from St. Mary's English High School also thanking the Parikrma Festival of Science. It was a really awesome opportunity for so many of us, and she learned a lot from the speakers. Right. That's the same comment. Scroll up. We have Carol Joanne, also from the St. Mary's English High School, saying that she really learned many things and she's thanking us for it. We have Madhuri from Shiksha Sagar High School, saying that it was a very good platform for us to explore our views and ideas and clear our doubts. We have Arjun from MVJIS saying, I'm amazed to take part in such a huge festival of science. I didn't realize until I saw the short movie how much of great the festival grand this festival is. Thank you for giving everyone a wonderful opportunity. But thank you so much, all of you, for some of those very heartwarming comments and reviews. We'll move on now with the presentations. I request Fanny Hess. Your presentation is now being, your slideshow is now being shown. So can the first speaker from Fanny Hess please take over?
Yes, ma'am. COVID Action Plan by Fanny Hesker. The dramatic spread of COVID-19 has disrupted lives, livelihoods, communities, and businesses worldwide. To minimize its impact on public health and limit its potential for further disruption to lives and economies around the world, an efficient plan has to be made that can be implemented in all parts of the country with maximum effectiveness. What my group will be presenting now is an action plan that we would follow and implement in the country if given the power, so that we could minimize the spread of the virus and its impact on public health. What kind of scientific research is needed? Studying the structure of the virus along with its properties and modes of transmission is essential. Immediately assessing available data to learn what care approaches are most effective and evaluate the effectiveness and effects of therapies help in taking methodological approaches to medical research related to COVID-19. Rural areas and communities which are affected have to be checked in first and given most importance. Travel history checking has to be made very rigid with no scope for any faults. Modifying apps like the Arogya Setu to assure people that their privacy is being respected and the sole purpose of tracking apps is to track the travel history and contact tracing only is very necessary. Developing an AI using population density in an area to develop the most effective plan for social distancing, even after the lockdown is over, will be very helpful.
I would like to bring in the following measures if I was a policy maker. Time slot for different age groups. For shopping, like senior citizens, middle-aged, and kids. Welfare association of each locality should pitch in the area so that rules are strictly followed. Masks and sanitizers should be provided to the poor people at affordable cost or free of cost to the needy at regular intervals. There should be proper system for disposal of used masks and medical waste. Dustbins should be kept everywhere so that public can use it for disposal.
Could you please change the slide?
Next person can continue.
This is a very important question since COVID-19 brings everyone to medical facilities. So we would need to make it fast, safe, and fair by giving the treatment first and then billing next. Compulsory COVID test for all families, 22 families a day. Prevent wastage of medicines, vaccines. Proper planning and infrastructure is needed so everything is safe. Spread awareness about COVID-19. Separate COVID and non-COVID wards, hospitals to make it safe. Faster testing, COVID kits for faster testing and COVID kits for smoother procedures.
How would you cater to need of different regions of India? Example, communities in urban and rural India. Track the infected and non-infected person through GPS satellite so that we can track the people who are close to those people and we can get the people who are positive. House to house testing and vaccination that we did for how we did for polio. This will eradicate the disease as soon as possible. Selling assets to the corporate companies to provide jobs and generate funds for the vaccination and other testing programs. Train local vendors to take business online so that they can become more independent and become future proof. Thank you. Can you please go to the next slide?
Can you go to the next slide? The one after this.
ಲಸಿಕೆ ವಿತರಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಏನೆಂದರೆ ರೈಲು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಮಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಲಸಿಕೆ ವಿತರಣೆಗೆ ಬಳಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಇವುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಲಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಹತ್ತಿರದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂಪರ್ಕಿಸಿ ಲಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಹಾಕಲು ಸೂಚಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಉಪಗ್ರಹ ಮತ್ತು GPS ಗಳ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಿಂದ ಲಸಿಕೆಯ ಅಗತ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಾದ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ, ನಗರಸಭೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪಾಲಿಕೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಲಸಿಕೆಯ ಲಭ್ಯತೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿತರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಬಹುದು.
You think your plan would be an upgrade to existing plans? Yes, our plan would be an upgrade to existing plans. The best upgrade to our plan was making logistics of vaccines by airdrop method. Providing certified masks and sanitizers, using AI algorithms to find the need of vaccines and control its production as per it to avoid wastage. Along with the upgrade, we need to work on the effective execution of the already existing plan. Revising our action plan according to the evolution of the society is extremely necessary. Our objectives and priorities may change over time, depending on the evolution of COVID-19 outbreak and people's reactions to the response. But we need to make sure that our plan is flexible enough to be modified along with these changes to prove its maximum effectiveness. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Edward Jenner. Fanny Hess. We're now going to be moving on to Joseph Lister. Can the first speaker of Joseph Lister please? Yeah, now before the next group starts their presentation, I would like to remind all of our participants, when you have been unmuted, please do not speak over each other. You can control your unmute button yourself if you're presenting. For the time of your presentation, you get control over the unmute button, but please do not speak over each other. You should have already discussed this within your 20 minutes of preparation time. But if you haven't, please allow the speaker who's currently taking over the presentation to finish. Only then unmute yourself in order to speak, because there are some overlapping sounds that we can hear. The first speaker,
Hi everyone, welcome to our group Joseph Lister, COVID-19 Action Plan. The topics which we will cover today. Is to understand the epidemiology of COVID-19, identify the measures to check the control of COVID-19, to come with special medical interventions, to accelerate development and production, and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. The first topic will be scientific research on epidemiology of COVID-19. Let us know how it spreads. For that, we should research upon the cause and effect of virus. If they have corona, they need to be quarantined, maintain social distance measures, testing cases and isolation. The next, spread of virus in different segments, how it spreads from one person to another. Among demographic segmentation. Third, the variants of COVID-19. As the variants of COVID-19 changes are rapidly emerging, so the scientists are working to learn more about how they spread, cause more severe illness, and whether currently authorized vaccine will protect people against them. And then to develop a vaccine. As we can see, many countries have developed vaccines, but we need to take the vaccine which is more effective in the sense no side effects, so that the people will not get scared to go forward to get vaccinated. But till the vaccines come, we should take all the COVID protocols safely. Then the development of tools and technologies that helps us in tracing COVID-19 cases near us. Like Arogya Setu app helps in tracking the cases near to us, and many other apps. Thank you. Next speaker.
Measures to be taken to check the spread. There are some measures that are really important to check the spread of COVID-19. First, avoid the large crowd gatherings in public places. We have to aggressive testing across the state borders. Travel restrictions and from other countries and to the other countries has to be restricted. The early vigilance and the action to keep the cases under control is better, and follow the SMS rule, that is social distancing, mask and sanitization. The mask and sanitization has to be supplied to every person. The violators of these rules have to be identified and punished, or have to be given huge fines. Following the pandemic code is must and should be every citizen. Every person should create self-awareness. Each and every person is responsible and has to be a COVID warrior. The proactive COVID-19 awareness campaign has to be put in place among all the various media centers to cater to the urban India or rural India, and stakeholders like the volunteers should be employed to reach out all the rural places in India and lower social economic groups. Avoid touching men, that is mouth, ear, eyes and the nose. Next speaker, please.
speaker from Joseph Lister on medical interventions. Your slide on medical interventions is being displayed. Who's going to present this? Take over, please.
Now we'll be discussing the medical interventions. So first of all, it is necessary to strengthen the manpower and infrastructure, the hospital density in a region and the beds available in order to increase the facilities accordingly, and also to monitor the vacancies in real time for ease of patient admission. In case of lack of infrastructure, mobile COVID care centers to be deployed to treat the patients, set up well-equipped labs for aggressive testing, and a COVID cell which would be active 24/7 at all levels to look into emergencies and monitoring, and availability of ambulance with paramedics to treat the emergency patients. Now we'll be discussing the vaccination strategies. So first of all, it is extremely necessary to recognize the COVID outbreak pattern, and this can be done using artificial intelligence. It is also important to vaccinate the people in the most susceptible regions and vulnerable population across India. These would be the people with the maximum exposure to the virus and those who belong to the states with the highest COVID cases, such as Maharashtra or Kerala. India has a very large population and the vaccine is a two-dose process. Hence, it is important to speed up the vaccine production and roll out on timely basis to require the demand and supply for vaccination. In rural areas and areas with lower socio-economic status, it is very highly recommended to implement door-to-door vaccination. And it is also important to spread awareness and make sure that the people understand that the vaccine is safe and for their benefit, and it should be provided for free to the people of these regions. And of course, the main objective is to attain 100% vaccination to eliminate the pandemic completely. Next speaker.
Conclusion. The defensive approach that India is taking towards this pandemic is not going to help us eradicate this virus. We must take an aggressive approach.
Well, thank you so much, but your time for the presentation is over. Thanks once again. Just for our judges, from Fanny Hess, there was one presentation in Kannada that I'll quickly translate. It's from Fanny Hess. The presenter who presented in Kannada spoke about distributing vaccines using railways and airplanes for faster distribution, and she also spoke about the Gram Panchayats and village administration playing an active role in the distribution of vaccine. Let's move on to our next group, Louis Pasteur. Can the first speaker from Louis Pasteur please take over?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome everyone to the Action Summit Plan. Over the course of these 3 days, we've had eminent speakers speak to us about the different aspects of COVID-19 in our life. So we have reflected this in our Action Summit Plan, Group 7. Louis Pasteur, we hope you enjoy it.
Good morning all, I am Shweta from Louis Pasteur Group 7. Corona, not just a bear. The current situation, however, is not making this easy. Surveys found that close to a third of neuroscience researchers in Britain contemplated leaving their scientific disciplines due to lack of resources, personnel, and ability to continue experimental work. But now many researchers are changing the methods, tools, and processes to conduct their studies and modifying their questions to receive data collected online, starting new studies incorporating survey data only or both.
The coronavirus spreads rapidly through droplets. Proximity of humans is dangerous. A lot of safety measures must be taken to prevent the number of cases rising. People shouldn't be allowed to gather in groups, wearing masks should be mandatory, and social distancing should be maintained. Malls, movie theaters, clubs, restaurants, schools, and non-essential shops should be closed. Enforcing these rules and measures can be done by creating awareness about the pandemic by organizing campaigns, displaying ads in the newspaper and television, and putting up posters in frequently visited places. Creating awareness on why these norms are necessary will encourage the netizens to not flout the regulations. People will need to be fined for not wearing masks and not maintaining social distance to realize that there will be consequences for their action. This slide is created by our teammate Soundarya. This talks about the treatment of patients, emergency care, and testing facilities. For the treatment of COVID patients, we should save 70% of the hospital beds for COVID patients, and the wards of COVID patients should be placed away from the regular patients to prevent the spread of the disease.
Places which have more population or more COVID cases should be vaccinated first. For example, Mumbai and Bangalore. People should get tested corona only if they have prominent symptoms, and home quarantine should be more preferable. But how would this cater to the urban and rural areas in India? The urban areas, especially metropolises, are equipped with the necessary commodities. There will be vaccination centers where the citizens can get vaccinated. Villages also will get all the COVID-related facilities which are available in the cities, albeit in less quantities as the population density is lesser than the urban areas. Awareness campaigns should also take place for the unaware or illiterate on what to do and what not to do for the curbing of the virus. A record of the cases, cures, and deaths should be maintained in all hospitals and medical camps.
A well-thought-of plan aiming at model vaccine distribution is essential. Forecast the required doses while simultaneously hiring and training candidates to safely administer the vaccine. Charge wealthier sections of society for the vaccine and use the money acquired to develop modular infrastructure for administration and transportation of vaccines. Use maps to evaluate the demography based on age group and population density. Identify densely populated regions and vaccinate the people at risk. Distribute the vaccines to the less developed and most affected countries first. India will distribute Covaxin and Covishield to 7 countries, including Bhutan and Mongolia. Prioritize supply to trade partners and allies with interdependent economies to substantially boost economic conditions.
We've created a comparison between the plans of the government and our proposal. We found that social distancing measures, increase in isolation stations, relief packages for the migrant workers, banks, and other sectors that have been affected, such as aviation, as well as home quarantine, seem to be similar. The government also wanted to lower interest rates to liquidify economy. However, the economy has already stabilized to an extent, so we do not want that. We also want to ban international travel, which the governments have allowed because the cases are now rising. Some governments such as US and China have also allowed the mask to be lifted, but we're firmly against that. Instead, we want to petition for fines for those who don't wear masks. Sanitization drives that occur in Dubai every week should actually happen everywhere across the world. 24/7 helplines for those that are affected with physical and mental health trauma during these lockdown should be provided, and vaccination redistribution plan such as that which we've mentioned in the previous slide should also occur.
The next few slides are some of the pictures, drawings, and posters done by the students in our group. And these are some of the poems done by the students of the government school Sarkar Nagar. I would like to conclude with the fact that we are, and will always be a part of the global village, and we are the future. So let us all be sensitive and responsible global citizens and save our planet Earth. We thank the Parikrma Foundation for giving us this wonderful opportunity to showcase our knowledge about this. And I would also like to thank all the professors who gave us invaluable knowledge about the pandemic.
Thank you, Louis Pastor. I would now like to invite Marjorie Stevenson to please come online now. I want the first speaker to please take over from me.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Suresh Tiwari from Euroschool North Campus, and today my friends from Group 8 and I will be presenting our views on the COVID-19 Action Summit. For the first question, our answer, we could study the source of origin of the disease, which would help us gather more information about it. Gathering data about previous pandemics caused by zoonotic diseases and how they spread, we would get a good idea about how the coronavirus cases would spread, which areas were most likely to have a large number of cases, and the social and economic groups which would be the worst affected. We could take a look at the animals who are immune to COVID-19, study their immune system so we can apply different strategies against coronavirus. We could use RT-PCR and CT scans for tests, adenoviral vectors, and mRNA for treatments. Research should be done to develop a universal vaccine for all variants. Over to Raghavi, who'll answer the next question.
The answer for the second question is, at this crisis, most likely people are concentrated on the pandemic more than anything. So we can enforce strict lockdowns using the army and can stop the disease in short time instead of taking a longer time. We could learn from New Zealand, although India has a comparatively large population. We would allow all health services, authorized private establishments which support the provisioning of essential services or efforts for containment of COVID-19. All agricultural and horticultural activities to remain fully functional. Operations of fishing to be allowed as well. We would incentivize sanitizing workers, volunteers who create awareness, healthcare workers, School will conduct interactive and successful online classes. Thank you, and over to Amoga.
Yes, thank you. As there is a leverage in the field of virology and faster developing of vaccine, we could transport vaccines to the places of people where they are quarantined so that there is no more exposure to the virus to spread. The financial budget should be comparatively more for the pandemic year in the field of medicine and to ensure testing facilities are available at home as well as hospitals and public centers. Now moving on to the next question. We have to ensure adequate supply and efficacious distribution of vaccines and educating the citizens on the lethality of the disease and its transmissibility, thereby promoting social distancing and other such norms. Mainly, we have to focus on transportation and distribution. Although it would be a task because of the immense population and proper sequence of everyone getting a vaccine, if we are able to understand the situation and help each other by not giving extra work, that could make a difference. Over to Satakshi.
Now, when it comes to the vaccine distribution plan, we feel that we should create an extensive plan that will ensure its effective rollout and also be ethical, in a way in which need supersedes wealth. Basically, the frontline workers and the migrant workers and the women should be those who get vaccinated first, as they are more susceptible to catching the virus. Thus, vaccinating them will help in herding immunity. We also feel that vaccine distribution is fairly dependent upon the age groups, as those belonging to the higher age groups are more vulnerable to catching the virus. In order to ensure seamless as well as safe distribution of the vaccine, we can engage the use of online services and also engage in home delivery of vaccines. Last but not the least, we can use an identification mark or issuing a vaccination card for easy identification and keeping a track of those who have got the vaccine and those who haven't. Thank you. Over to Meera.
Our answer for the last question. We feel that raising awareness, campaigning, and practicing ethical means to distribute the vaccine would be an upgrade, as all this while the vaccine distribution methods haven't produced the most effective results. Our plan to distribute the vaccines would be faster, as more people would be able to access it at the same time and would also reach out to more people. It's a privilege to be a part of this Parikrma Festival of Science. I thank everyone for giving us such a great opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie Stevenson. May I now request Maurice Hillerman, our 9th group, Maurice Hillerman, to please. The first speaker from this group, please take over.
Yes, ma'am. Our group, Maurice Hillerman, is going to be presenting our action plan now. The first question, what kind of scientific research is needed? What kind of data would you think you feel would be critical to fighting COVID-19 effectively? Scientific research on which age group the virus affects the most and whether or not most of the cases are symptomatic or asymptomatic will be helpful for better prevention. Data on the sanitization of densely populated areas would help prevent further spreading of the disease. Also, data on the number of migrant workers in each state who are looking forward to going back to their hometowns will be useful for providing safe travel facilities. Improvising strict rules for wearing masks in a proper fashion is the most important measure, as most of the people wear their masks below the chin or below their nose. This is as good as not wearing the mask, and the masks they wear should also be 3-layer. Next speaker, please.
How would you plan medical treatments and emergency care and testing facilities? Any form of medical treatment should be properly tested before they are given to the public. Medical facilities should be used properly by being given to people who are in high-risk age groups, such as senior citizens and very young children. There should be enough place in hospitals and enough equipment to treat and accommodate all patients. The side effects of such The side effects of such treatment should also be taken into account, and places with dense populations should receive frequent testing.
How would you plan to care the needs of different regions of India? The supplies which must be provided to the needy are food, vaccine, healthcare. All of these cannot be distributed according to the state size. They must be distributed according to the population and the number of people affected by this deadly pandemic COVID 19. For example, Rajasthan is a large state, but its population and the number of cases are less than that compared to Kerala. Hence, we should take the population and the number of affected people into consideration while distributing the supplies. Thank you.
Can the presenter who's supposed to present the fourth slide please come on? From Maurice Hillerman.
What would be your vaccine distribution plan? Door-to-door vaccination is preferable as it avoids people trafficking in and around medical centers, leading to further spreading of the pandemic. The distribution should be free of cost even in the private hospitals. First, we should look at the age groups and try to provide vaccination to all, the old or young. But in some cases or areas, we number should be in which state is the coronavirus and them or how much fast it is spreading. Distribution of vaccine is in poverty areas who can't afford to buy and also where the population is high that which spreads fast and also those communities which are unhygienic and do not follow COVID-19 rules. We should not only provide vaccines for one virus but also other viruses where more viruses are found in particular area and also we can thank you.
Our plan is an upgrade or to existing plans as the methods suggested above are helpful in making the current situation better. Proper statistics and plans also help in mitigation of the pandemic and not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but can also help in reducing the effect and spread of other diseases as well. As sanitation of areas on periodic basis will not only remove, will get rid of all pathogens and will not only help in it will also help in making the world a better place to live. What should be focused is statistics because once we know what people want, especially population dense areas, you can keep a track of the necessities and vaccines that are extra or not necessary can be shipped to other countries as well. It can be shipped to those that are desperately in need of vaccines or can be sold to others for profit that will help in the betterment of our country. Yeah, that's thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. The last group for the day, the last action plan for the day will be presented by Robert Koch. Can the first speaker from this group please take over from me?
Yes.
Just give us a second for us to put your presentation, share the presentation on the screen. There you go. Take over, please.
Oh, yes, ma'am. So, okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm going to, hello everyone, my name is Vrishak and I'm going to talk about the data and research on COVID-19. Next slide, please. Okay, so it started in China and it spread throughout the world and there are various symptoms of COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the various symptoms of COVID-19 include fever, cough, fatigue, breathing difficulties, and loss of smell and taste. Next slide, please. Okay, so our main action plan is to create an app in which people can write in the data, and so that people will get to know the live updates. So, like how many cases are there? Next slide, please. Okay, I would like to conclude by telling that the main I would like to conclude by telling that research on COVID-19 must be given extra importance, and all findings must be published in journals immediately, which help in fast communication. And also the trials of vaccines and medicines should be fastened. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so now next speaker.
Hello everyone, Spandana here. I'm going to speak about the medical treatments, emergency precautions, measures, safety measures to be followed, sanitization protocols, social distancing, using masks, etc. Safety measures are activities and precautions taken to improve safety, that is, reduce risk related to human health. Common safety measures include chemical analysis, destructive testing of samples, drug testing of employees, etc. Medical treatments has several important functions other than resorting or maintaining health. These other functions are assignment and certification of health status, segregation of the ill to limit communication on of illness and helping to cope with the problems of illness, hand hygiene. When hands are visibly dirty or contaminated with biological from patient care, hands should be washed with soap and water. We will create an app called Dignity. Here, people can interact with doctors. They will be given a code. If they show the code, they can go free treatment. The doctor and patient may meet once a week, where the patient is provided with sanitizer and masks, etc. Thank you.
Vaccine development and distribution. Next slide, please. Okay. The main questions with vaccine distribution are: who should receive the vaccine first? High population and number of vaccines, and storage of vaccines. Next slide, please. Okay, who should receive the vaccines first? Healthcare workers first, then people living in containment zone and others who are extremely vulnerable to COVID-19. Public workers should receive the vaccines next, as they are risking their lives in order to fulfill their duty to the government. All the while, the COVID vaccine should be available for purchase in private hospitals, and free vaccine should be distributed to those under the poverty line. Next slide, please. Okay, high population and number of vaccines. For vaccinations to reach every nook and corner of India, we suggest making vaccination booths in every village and town, like for voting. As far as production is concerned, India has already produced 1.1 crore Covishield vaccine and 55 lakh Covaxin vaccinations have been produced. It's a start, but we're getting there. Next slide, please. Okay. The COVID-19 vaccines are delicate and can be ineffective if not handled with care. Thus, the vaccine should be under constant monitoring, and the vaccines that go under critical temperature fluctuations should be discarded as they will be ineffective. Rajesh Bhushan, Secretary Health Ministry, informed in mid-December that many coolers have been bought and will be used for COVID-19 storage. COVID-19 vaccination storage.
Administration. Next, please. Just like many other countries, India too had to face a lot of economic turmoil and a set of unique challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, it is more important than ever for an efficient administration to lead our country. Next, please. If we were in charge of the administration, we would ensure that there is proper coordination between various levels of the government to minimize duplication of efforts. We would create an online platform to involve the citizens where their views can be heard. We would have special focus on tackling migration-related problems and make sure that the guest workers have their basic needs met. We would design SOPs for all public establishments to contain the spread of the disease. Next, please.
Robert Koch, the time for your presentation is up. Thank you so much. All right, so we've come to the end of listening to your action plans for the COVID Action Summit. Now we have our judges who are going to be judging you based on your presentation, and we are going to have two presentations selected out of the 10 presentations that we listen to, and these two will be awarded. So I would just like to inform you about the criteria for judgment. You were judged based on the clarity of idea. You were judged for your innovativeness of the list of recommendations that you made. You were judged based on your inclusiveness of the recommendations that you gave, and how inclusive it was for different socio-economic strata. You were also judged based on the long-term feasibility of the total recommendations that you made. So these were the judgment criteria. And I take pleasure in introducing to you our judges for this Action Summit. We are just waiting for our judges to come back. I would like them also to hear their formal introduction, but in the interim, I'd like to read out some of the comments that you've been posting recently that's coming from all of the international schools as well. We have Mayuri Raje from the GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai, saying that the sheer amount of knowledge received through these 3 days by the eminent speakers has been astounding. Its organization and constant encouragement of creative work was mesmerizing. The group work through the conduct of experiments, campaign plans, and discussion forums helped us cultivate our teamwork, determination, and communication skills as well. Overall, it was an absolutely wonderful and memorable event. Thank you so much, Mayuri, for that delightful comment. We also have Danielle from the Fuzhou Lakeside International School, China, telling us that they learned a lot from these presentations, knowing people from different backgrounds, how they plan to cope with the coronavirus. It gave me much more ideas to cope with the virus. Thank you for hosting this amazing festival. It was a good experience. Thank you so much, Danielle. We have a teacher from the Greenfield Public School sending a message saying that it's a privilege to be a part of this prestigious science festival for 3 days. I really enjoyed listening to the great speakers and scientists who have worked hard towards this deadly pandemic and making us understand the present day situation of how the pandemic happened and how it affected different socioeconomic strata. And one such speaker spoke about India, and that India is an exporter of COVID vaccines, and it was very interesting to listen to it, and you felt proud. Thank you so much for sharing your message with us. We have Anirvin from Inventure Academy thanking us for the wonderful opportunity. I enjoyed all the 3 days equally. I've learned so much about pandemics and its culture and the role of technology, history, etc. Thank you, Anirvin. We have Varsha telling us, thank you for such a lovely experience. It's a privilege to be a part of the festival that celebrates science, and hope to be a part of it in the coming years as well. We hope to have many more science festivals, and we'd love to have you as a part of it. I request Kalpanaka to please take over at this time. She has something interesting to share with us.
Well, thank you, Farita. You stay with me. Okay. Because the day is not over as yet. A lot more exciting things are still left, on the cards. So, uh, we're going to have up now, some slides like, as part of the Parikrma Festival of Science, though it was majorly online, right? But we also had few schools that reported to the Parikrma centers. Okay. And we said, if it is science festival, then there must be some, experiments for the children to conduct. And they did conduct a few, experiments in schools. So we'd like to show you a snapshot, some pictures of some of the experiments that were being conducted. Just take a look and see if you can identify yourself in the picture. So Palita, do you think experiments like these are necessary?
Of course, for understanding of how things function better, it's so important to look at them from a very close up perspective. So experimenting with certain things that are available in nature helps us to understand how they function, and I think that's the joy in experimenting with anything.
And considering this entire, Parikrma Festival of Science online itself is a huge experiment.
Yes.
Yeah. So experiments in experiments. Okay, in an experiment. What do you think, children? We want you to share your comment. What has been your, experience of this? Is there some suggestion you would like to make, or would you like to comment on these, experiments?
Here you go. These are the pictures that you've sent us on the experiments that you've conducted.
Does that make you feel hungry, that picture?
No, I think that has yeast in it, so no, thank you.
A picture of the good things to come. We'd also welcome comments from the adults, right? We do want the adults also to use the chat box. We've been hearing a lot of children speak, but we'd also like to hear from the adults. Teachers, administrators, if you're logged in, please do share your views with us. So can we take a quick peek into the chat box?
Sure. So, any comments about how you viewed your experiments? Did you like it? How did you feel, doing experiments, even if it was in your own house? How did you feel doing the experiment that was handed out to you? Okay, we have Shweta Shivakumar telling us that experiments are really, really important to make a concept more clear. She's from MVJ International School. Yes. Shweta, how did you feel doing the experiment that was handed out to you?
I also have another question, for the participants, and I'm still waiting for the comments from the adults to come in. Participants, I have a question for you. For most of us, this has been our first online science festival, or festival of science. Like, what has been your takeaway from this? What has been your learning? Please do share with us.
Right.
I see some more comments coming in.
Yes, we have Arjun from MVJIS telling us, I love doing the experiments, although it was a bit smelly. We have Sulaim from Shiksha Sagar High School saying these experiments have made me learn many things. I felt like a scientist. I enjoyed a lot while doing these, and I saw many changes and understood it better.
Good.
We have we have somebody saying, thank you so much for the Parikrma Festival of Science. I have learned so many things from the professors, and I've understood the pandemic better. Okay.
What stood out for you? The entire Parikrma Festival of Science, what stood out for you? Do share with us.
Right. We have somebody also telling us that carrying out such an event amid the pandemic is a mammoth task, and I feel that it was carried out really smoothly and was also engrossing and worth getting up 8 in the morning for. It is a privilege for me to be a part of this prestigious festival.
True, it was indeed a mammoth task, but all your participation, encouragement, and the kind of things that you put up in the chat box and the kind of things that you sent made everything worthwhile, every moment worthwhile. And thank you for that, children. It wouldn't have been possible without you all.
Right. Somebody is speaking about experiments. I think it's Sai Arvind, and he's saying that experiments always make the minds brighter, and it motivates you to become a scientist. So we do hope you become a scientist, Sai Arvind.
Lots of Nobel Prizes coming in.
Absolutely.
And I hope you do remember, once you're grown up, and you've made it wherever you've reached, no matter what profession you're in. We would like you at that point of time, at least to for you to share with those of us who have left behind, what is it that you learned from at this Parikrma Festival of Science you applied, or what was it that you learned over here? Was it used to you, where you've reached, where you will be at that point of time? It'd be very interesting to know. Lots of things leave an impact on us. Lots of things we experience as children has a great impact on us. And we would like to know what has been the impact of this Parikrma Festival of Science on you, maybe even 2 years later down the line. We would be very happy to hear.
Right. I have something fun for all of you. I have this fun question. I want to know how many of you are going to be future scientists, and if you think that attending the Parikrma Science Festival has helped open up the necessary inspiration in you to become a scientist, give us a thumbs up in the comment box. Let me see how many thumbs up I get. Somebody's saying me with so many e's to it. That's great. Then send me thumbs ups if you want to be scientists. Great. I'm already getting so many thumbs ups.
Okay, while you're busy, thumbing up over there, Mahesh, can you help us? Show us some more pictures of the experiments that were conducted, the children interacting together, working together as a team. It must have been such fun, right? I mean, like I mentioned even earlier during the day, in the morning, I said it's you usually working with your classmates in your own school. This must be such fun, just going out, meeting people, people from other schools for the very first time, not knowing anyone else except the day you meet, but still working together.
Yes.
Working together and coming up with such fantastic presentations in just 2.5 days. Right, in the half, I mean, like we spent around 1.5 day, if you take 3 half days, right, Parikrma Festival of Science. But in those 3 half days, just look at the amount of interaction, bonding, and rapport that has taken place.
Yes.
Astounding.
Ben, I do hope that you made friends from other schools that are participating. Can I see the chat box again?
So here, lots more comments coming in.
Of course. We have a comment from the Air Force School, Hebal. This is from Ashita Lakshmi, and she's saying the most important thing in science is experimenting, and it helps us to understand the concept better. The experiments given were so much fun, and it was I was very excited to look for the result of the experiment. Thank you to the speakers and everyone to share such great knowledge from great knowledge.
Right. So the thumbs up is not just there, it's even from this side.
Of course. Look at how many thumbs up we're getting for
right now
from our future scientists.
As part of this Parikrma Festival of Science, you can say every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yes. We have one more comment that's come up from Meet Sharma, and they're saying this action is pretty good. Look, I'm just a kid, but I do understand the things done in this world. Thank you for conducting this festival. It's pretty good. Humans are using the tech in a good way. I think they have thrived and survived to rule over all beings. People just give problems and excuses, but they don't give us ideas and solutions. So only some of us give the solutions. So thank you for the awareness. That's a good comment.
I would say, meet aaj ke bacche, kal ke bade. Right? Like you mentioned, you're just a kid today, but very soon you will be an adult. And then you will also be, sending out, you will be conducting sessions like this. You will be inspiring other people, with all that you've learned over here. Go out, take it out, spread it out amongst the juniors in your school. It's meant to be spread, right?
Right. Mr. Simon commenting that it was very early for me to join you today, but it has been an inspirational morning. Thank you so much for allowing me to come along. So inspirational. I was sorry for waking you up so early, but thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Simon Turner. We appreciate you getting up early in the morning, but it is very important that, your school has Aske Haberdasher's school also was a part of this festival, and we really, appreciate you getting up early, and we assure you that when your school is hosting a festival, we will participate in it, and we will get up early too, or stay late, whatever may be the case.
Right.
Yeah. So, Simon, we would request you to say a few words while you're on the chat. Maybe you can speak and we'll unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
It's been fantastic. It's been so enjoyable this morning. It was very early start for me because we're 5.5 hours behind you. So I was up at 4:30 this morning, which is quite early for me, but I've thoroughly enjoyed every minute of actually going through all these teams. I mean, I just sort of few things that sort of popped up were things like the use of drones to distribute vaccines. What a fantastic idea. It was interesting that you were talking about the social and impact of lots of this, and the toll on women in particular and migrant workers. And I think you covered a lot of that really clearly. I really enjoyed the statement that Corona is not just a beer. I thought that was a really great presentation, really clear. You were talking about stakeholders and volunteers working with NGOs. And I think you just about covered everything that is a pandemic that's covering the whole world. I mean, and as I said in the chat earlier, most of our vaccines are coming from India, which is amazing, and it's all about this big world challenge, that's a challenge that's facing the whole world, not just India, but everywhere. And I just thought the presentations were great. I've loved seeing the art, the dancing, the poetry was all amazing. And it's just been a fantastic morning. And I think you put in so much work, and there's so much really important information that you've gleaned out of the pandemic at the moment. I've just been blown away by it. And it just showed that we are really a very big, as one of the groups said, a big global village, and we're all working together. And I'm hoping that next year we'll be able to bring a group of students over to India from England to actually join with you live. That would be my dream. But thanks so much. It's been really good.
We're indeed looking forward to that trip. We're looking forward to your students coming over to Parikrma, whether it's the Festival of Science or even otherwise. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much.
Schools are most welcome. And on this note, Falita, I would like you to introduce the guests. All right, so Simon Turner was one of the judges. He just spoke. Would you please introduce him to everyone?
Absolutely. Mr. Simon Turner is from the Haberdashers ASCII School for Girls in London, United Kingdom. He is the head of the department and a staunch supporter of Parikrma. Now, Mr. Simon Turner and a team of 2 teachers and 16 students of this school make an annual trip to India and spend 10 days volunteering and doing joint projects with the students of Parikrma. And he's also in charge of the daily reading program between haberdashers and Parikrma, and it's a pleasure. It's really a pleasure to have you here as one of the judges today.
Right. Can I also request you to introduce the second judge for today?
Yes. Our other judge is Professor Mohan Kumar from Indian Institute of Science. He has been a great supporter of Parikrma, especially of the Parikrma Science Festival, ever since we started 6 years ago. Professor Mohan Kumar, apart from being an eminent scientist, is passionate about preservation of water and has been advising the government for several years on water conservation. We're very proud to be associated with him. We also have...
Yeah. So before we introduce the next judge, I would like Professor Mohan Kumar to please share a few words with all our students.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I think congratulations to Parikrma Foundation for making this science festival. I've been following right from our one when we started with water. That was the first festival which we started in IISc, then moved on to cover so many other areas. Rightly so, this was on the COVID-19, and it was done extremely well. For me, in fact, it felt like actually a digital orchestra, in the sense, one is doing all these activities at the same time presenting by all these students almost in a seamless fashion, and going through the whole presentation was fantastic. I think all the presentations were of a very, very high order. So obviously some selections have to be made, but I feel that all the participants, all the teams are really the winners. And I also actually feel that it's time probably to take these action points to the government. I think I will request Shuklama to do that. Probably I can also help in that way, We need to take it because there are fantastic ideas which can be taken it forward, and at the same time slightly different, but we though none of us wanted this COVID-19, probably it also brought in new ideas, new way of doing things, this online, all these activities, learning, so many activities. And equally important, it also brought in some sort of a discipline in our own way. More important is it actually benefited in a way somewhere in the sense of environment and ecology in terms of keeping it clean. Hygiene became a very, very important thing, which is very, very important. But we also, India is showing that how we can lead in such a troubled times or a challenging times, how it can take all the activities forward, and definitely not only for our country, helping the neighboring countries and other people. I think that is the key, and especially the you youngsters, you are going to be the future. You should take this as an example at the same time for learning, and see that how we can take these activities forward so that our country becomes one of the forward looking and most important the country to be looked upon in the Committee of Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mohan Kumar. Palita, can you please introduce our third judge for today?
Absolutely. Our third judge is Mr. Ravi Vatipalli. He is a technocrat. He is a technocrat and works with Synopsys. We thank him for ensuring that his organization keeps supporting the Parikrma Festival of Science, and he has been a judge of our earlier hackathons as well. We welcome you, Mr. Ravi Vatipalli. We would love to hear from you.
Hello everyone. Congratulations to the students for making this event such a big success. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So it has been a long, wonderful journey for me for the last 15 years or so. And I thoroughly enjoy. I really wait for this event every year to be able to interact with the children. It's amazing. You have inspiring stories throughout the year, and this is one of the ways to celebrate. What else? I mean, you interact with so many schools, children, it's so much of fun, brings my childhood days, and that gives me a lot of joy to be able to give back to the society, right? Even for the students, I think it's a journey. It's not just one event. I would recommend that you pursue your passion and then continue this, what all these studies, whatever you have been doing, that whatever data that you have been gathering, the curiosity you have to constantly keep throughout your life. That's what will make you successful, right? And I would say that you enjoy, celebrate, and be more scientific in your approach. All the best to you. Thank you so much, Parikrma.
Thank you very much, sir, for all your encouragement. Shuklaka, may I have a few words from you, please?
We know we did announce first.
We've got the conclusion. So we will wait for your precious words again. Okay. So just to give you a brief gist and all the things that have happened, we will be doing that later on. But I'd like to mention over here, this 3-day festival, like I mentioned even in the morning, it's been fun, fiesta, frolic, and an explosion of ideas. We've had around 300 and a little more than 300 students who participated from about 32 schools. And I would like to call out the names of the schools. Mahesh, would you please present the name of the school? We will be sending you certificates of participation. But here are the names of the school. And every time you hear the name of your school, you can do a thumbs up or silent applause, okay? Air Force School, Hebal, Delhi Public School East, Delhi Public School North, Dean's Academy, Gunjur, Euro School North Campus, Freedom International School, GHPS Koti Hosarli, GHPS Elupura, GTK HPS Shivajinagar, Government High School Betta Halusuru. The G stands for the government schools, right? Greenfield Public School, Indus International School, Inventure Academy, Jyoti English Medium High School, NJV International School, National Hillview Public School, Ryan International School, Kundalahalli, the Community Center High School, Jayanagar, the Regency Public School, St. Mary's English High School, Rani Sarla Devi Educational Institution, Shiksha Sagar High School, Vidyashilp Academy, Vibgyor High School, Horamavu, Parikrma Center for Learning, Jayanagar, Parikrma Center for Learning, Koramangala, Parikrma Center for Learning, Nandini Layout, Parikrma Center for Learning, Sakarnagar, Parikrama, NIOS. Now, those were the schools in Bangalore and in India. But like we mentioned, and I'm sure you must have been reminded of this very often, this year, Parikrama Festival of Science went international. So we said science has no borders. Okay, children do not have any borders. It's all everything about knowledge and collaboration, exploring the world of science. So we had school Fuzhou Lakeside International School, Fujian Province, China, GEMS Modern Academy, Dubai, and Haberdashers Askey School for Girls, London, UK, also participating in the Parikrama Festival of Science 2021 with the pandemic code as the theme. All these students were divided, all the participants were divided into 10 groups to facilitate, collaborative work when they've had their breakout sessions from 12 to 1. So our sessions began at 8:30 in the morning with everyone kind of beginning a bonding session, watching all the videos, etc., that they had sent, pictures, sharing comments, feelings of the other day, basically, an exercise to just reaching out to each other. So the groups then they met from 12 to 1 with mentors, right? And I'd like to show you a list of all the mentors over here. The group 1 was Alexander Fleming. Then group 2, we had Faritha, you may want to call out.
All right. I'm going to be calling out the group names along with the mentors as well, just to pay tribute to the mentors for conducting these breakout sessions so smoothly.
Yeah.
From group 1, which was Alexander Fleming, the mentors were Sandhya V and Chudaratna C. Group 2, Anne Bishop, we had as mentors Vidya Prasanna and Swarna KV. Group 3.
Just a minute. Sorry to interrupt you. You will see that there are some extra mentors in group 1 and in group 2. And that was intentional because, and in group 4 later on, because we had many schools. We had all the government schools as well as schools from, the local, at Jayanagar and Sakanagar. Those who were not able to log in from their schools or for whatever reason were invited to come to be part of the Parikrama festival along with the students of Parikrama. So we had extra mentors also for them so that no participant would be left out. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So as mentors of group 3, the Dmitry Ivanovsky, we had Divya Sriram and Apurva G. Group 4, Edward Jenner, we had as mentors Shri B and Prasanna Kumar and Rachita Srinivas. As mentors for Fanny Hess, we had Bhakti J and Saumya N. As mentors for Joseph Lister, we had Deepa H and Suraksha S. As mentors for Louis Pasteur, we had Merlin Rao and Deepa Patel, also Bernadette D'Souza. As mentors for Marjorie Stevenson, we had Ashwini C and Janani Pratibha G. Can you scroll down? As mentors for Maurice Hillerman, we had Jagdish MG and Anita Jairaj. As mentors for Robert Koch, we had Princey A and Smriti Prem.
So during these 3 days, there were experiments that were conducted. The children bonded together. They had discussions from 12 to 1. They had sharing of ideas. In addition to this, we had lots of, teamwork showing up in the form of presentations that you just saw, as the COVID-19 summit. Then they had lots of art to send, we called it pandemic art, pandemic poetry, pandemic music. So they sent us entries. They sent us lots of pictures. They sent lots of music and poetry, which we have been reading through, these 3 days of the festival. There were also essays which we couldn't put up, but which will come up later on, We will ensure that every single thing that was sent to us will be put up, because we do want you to get credit for all the effort that you've made. Now, having said that, now I think everyone is waiting very anxiously for the results of the COVID-19 summit. So I request my colleague Prem to please come and announce, after which we will hear what Shuklaka has to say. I don't know about y'all, but my heart's beating. I'm wondering which is the group that's going to win. I know everybody says, it doesn't matter, you win or lose, it's the participation that's important. And rightly said here, Prem, this is not a competition as such, right? But this is where we are exploring the entire, field of science, and especially with such a fantastic topic. What is your own view on this, Prem?
Yes, Akka. Also, having had the privilege to present all their PPTs, I was also going through their PPTs. I feel each group was really amazing.
Right.
The kind of research that they have put in the last 3 days, and the kind of inclusiveness that they have had. And I'm also glad that they actually have taken down points from our previous speakers, and there were points from that.
That means they listened carefully.
Yes.
Very good.
Something which we were wondering what would happen during online, but I'm sure all the students have been amazing enough to actually listen
Thumbs
to all
up.
the...
I saw lots of thumbs up on the chat box. Here, many thumbs up to you all too.
So it was definitely amazing to see how young minds think and how they are, if they were the policymakers, what would they want to do? And then shall we move on to the results now, Akka?
Yes.
So the third place with 102 points goes to Louis Pasteur. The second place with 104 points goes to Fanny Hess. And then with a very close difference of just 1 mark, Marjorie Stephenson bags the first place for COVID-19 Action Summit. Congratulations, winners, and congratulations to all the participants who have participated in this COVID-19 Action Summit.
Like I say, every participant is a winner. But there are some who win a little more.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Prem. So you've heard the results. We'd like to inform you that whatever is the prize, we will be sending it across to your schools, and we will also inform you accordingly. Because all online, we cannot hand it over to you right now, but we will send it to you to your schools. Also, the participants will also be getting certificates, and we will present that to you. We'll show you what kind of a certificate you're going to get. Here's one. Certificate of appreciation. This is for the winners. So again, for also the winners, you can see over there. You will, yes, for all your poem, artwork, and videos, like we said, there have been so many that you've sent, right? We'll again go through what we presented to you. We presented almost most of it to you. There's still quite a bit remaining. So we're going to go through all that again, and all those who have sent will get a certificate of participation, but we're also going to be sending you prizes for the best of the best. Okay? So thank you so much. Shuklaka, maybe have a few words from you, please.
Okay. You see, I'm wearing a mask because I am following what you have recommended in your presentation of wearing a mask. So everything that we say, we do. And I want you to do the same. As soon as y'all leave, I want you all to be wearing a mask, because you've heard in the last 3 days that wearing a mask, washing your hands, and maintaining social distance is the best way to get over this pandemic. Okay, so I hope you all have enjoyed yourself. We adults have really enjoyed curating this amazing Festival of Science 2021 for you. At one time, we were wondering whether we'd be able to do it, But we were so determined to reach out to all of you that we said, we will do it somehow. And we never ever thought that getting all of you together virtually would be that easy. And actually, it has been because of you. You all have been so cooperative. The schools that have sent their students have been so proactive. I want to thank all of you for that. It is only when educators like us get together and really believe that children need to be taught differently. I then only will education progress in the country and outside the country happen. Um, Unfortunately, many of us think the only way to learn is through textbooks, blackboard, and we have now replaced some of it through our computer screens. But really, true education is when you create a platform, when children network and collaborate with each other. You create a platform where specialists are able to come down a few steps and make things simple, complicated things simple for children. That's when true learning happens. I'm very happy that all the teachers of Parikrma are here today. They couldn't attend the last 2 days, but we made sure they could be here today because they too have learned from all of you children. The presentations that you made, how well you crafted your messages, how well you made your slides, the clarity of thought that you had, the logical conclusions that you came up with, things that we can learn from you. And I thank you for that. One thing that was missing in your presentation is none of y'all addressed the root cause of why these pandemics happen. While y'all talked about transactions, while y'all talked about how to disseminate vaccines, while y'all talked about how to include the poor community in any kind of health welfare, you forgot to mention the damage that we are doing to the environment, which is actually the root cause of these pandemics to emerge. Remember what Professor Uma Ramakrishnan said the first day of this festival, uh, and what even Ms. Kiran Majumdar Shaw referred to briefly in her keynote speech. We need to look at what we as people today need to do to prevent another pandemic. While we talked about how we can stop this pandemic, I said it's very important for young children to think about how they can prevent anymore. Because again, you have heard in the historical discourse of pandemics that pandemics have been coming every 100 years. Why does that happen? I think the planet gets exhausted with all that we do to it. And that, children, is the main cause, and that is what you all need to concentrate on. So the winners, I'd like to congratulate. I know that I was discussing with the judges, and it was really difficult to choose the best presenters. But remember, it's not so much what you present and how you present, because I think a lot of good ideas may have got left out because you could not complete it on time. But completing it on time is important, because that's an exhibition of discipline. So whoever could not complete it, please send us your slides. We have them with us and we will acknowledge it. But remember, completing it on time, irrespective of the difficulties of communication virtually, is very important, because time is very important. And we should have learned that in these last 3 days. And every year we say that Parikrma too plans for the future. So we kind of did a consensus. We talked to some of the mentors who were in touch with you, and we got feedback about what should we start planning for next year. What should be the theme for next year? Do you know that the suggestion for the 2021 theme had come from students themselves, not pandemic? The theme that was suggested by students was space. But space is something that we cannot do virtually. We needed to have actually taken to you to Aeronautics Center. We needed to have taken you and actually for you all to physically experience some of the rockets and how what happens. So we decided that we would choose the something that is so contemporary, and nothing is more contemporary, more relevant, something that we all need to do research on, but the pandemic. So the adult decision was to choose the pandemic. Now for 2022, the idea and suggestion has already come in. So children, go back to school, tell the juniors who are now in grade 7 to come back to join us for the theme of climate change. So climate change is the theme for 2022. And that too is very, very relevant and extremely contemporary, because that is the genesis of all the changes that we are seeing around our planet. So before I end, I'd like to thank each one of you children for being such good participants. Okay, we have learned a lot from you. I would like to thank your teachers, your administrators for being progressive and proactive, and actually be forward thinking, for having sent you all for this festival. I would like to thank the mentors for doing an excellent job with all the restrictions and limitations. I'd also like to thank my team who are behind the scenes, but I'd like to show them. I'd like to focus, and you all should see what has been the pandemic code control room. Remember what Tushar Girinath, the bureaucrat, talked about going to the assembly? This has been our assembly. So can we have a pan around, and let's do a big applause to all these people who have been behind the scenes running this for all of you. So you've seen Kalpana. Don't mind the cartons and the boxes, okay? That's how we worked. You've seen Falita, you've seen Prem, but you haven't seen Arpana. Yeah, she's the one who's been communicating to all your teachers. You haven't seen Ashish, you haven't seen Mahesh, and you haven't seen Akash. Okay, so these are all, and after they saw me wear the mask, they've all, now you can take down your mask so that they can recognize you. Okay,
Well,
so.
we forgot one important person, Bianca.
Yeah, and yes, where is Bianca?
Yeah.
And this is Bianca. She is a very, very important part of the Parikrma family. She's been sitting for all the meetings that we've had. And where's Gunnar? Is Gunnar there? Can you ask Gunnar to come in? So that's the pandemic control room. And is Gunnar here? Okay, pan to Gunnar. And this is also Gunnar, who has been I can't see Gana. Yeah. That's Gana. She has been in charge of communication. So all the social media posts that you see have been done by her. So if you want to say more, keep sending us information. Gana will ensure that we will recognize you, acknowledge you, and we will display everything that you have done. So, and of course, there has been one person who I have to mention. Her name is Arshia, Dr. Arshia Bose. She was the main architect of the hackathon that you all experienced. And when I was troubled with the idea of we can't do space, what should we do? She helped me by suggesting the pandemic code. So the literature that you have received has played a role in that. So these events can only be done if we also work collaboratively. Now, I want all of you children to go back to your schools. Take this experience that you have got. It's very, very valuable experience. Share it with the rest of your team and begin to think of living in life with your family, but with the bigger family, and that's the planet and the world. Okay, so that if you all do that, then the Parikrma Festival of Science has really been successful. Thank you very much, our sponsor, Synopsis. Ravi, I don't know if you're here, but Pradeep, my friend Pradeep Datta, who's the managing director of Synopsis and plays a very significant role with global Synopsis as well. We're really grateful that we could make this happen with your support. And judges, thank you for sparing your time and being with us. I don't think I've left anyone. If I have, I'm sorry. And today we have learned that the best way to greet is a namaste. And namaste to all of you, and goodbye. And wear a mask and be safe. Don't go yet.
Yes, we have a surprise in store. We have a surprise in store for you. We wouldn't want you to go away just like this. We want you to take some more happy memories. So can we have?
Absolutely. So to all of our participants, I want you to know that this event would not be possible without your participation. So we have a small treat before we end the Parikrma Festival of Science. So hold on till the end. You're going to be seeing a lot of your participation after this video.
The Parikrma Festival of Science was created in 2015 to explore the role of science in everyday life and to have fun doing it. The Parikrma Festival of Science has created a space for these larger discussions on science and society. Every year, we reach out to a cross-section of 300 children across international and government schools, more collaborative than a competitive discovery. The first edition in 2015 was themed Water. It was inaugurated by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and was concluded by the Government of India, Dr. Rajendra Singh. And in 2016, the theme was Energy. The festival was inaugurated by Bharat Ratna Professor CNR Rao. The 2017 edition, themed Soil. It was inaugurated by Professor Rishid Ser, Department of Chemistry, Stanford University, and Ms. Audrey Kitagawa of United Nations. The 2018 edition was themed Air and was inaugurated by Professor CNR Rao. At Parikrma Festival of Science 2019, the theme was Wildlife and was inaugurated by Nobel laureate Venkataraman Ramakrishnan. The sixth edition in 2020 explored marine life and was called Into the Each year at the Parikrma Science, scientists and experts with diverse expertise share their stories and conduct workshops for children. Our themes have always remained relevant and contemporary. And naturally, the year 2021 is all about the planets. We will delve into the science, economics, social and political leadership and response, and human-wildlife interactions in times of a pandemic. Children will be exposed to the world of viruses and bacteria, contagion, news and misinformation, and our responsibilities towards a mindful, science-trusting, and empathetic society. Come, let's celebrate the Parikrma Festival of Science together.
Well, well, we've come to the end of another eventful journey in the life of a student in Parikrama's, circle of life. But we know that we're going to see you in 2022 with another Parikrama Festival of Science. But before we go away, please join us all as we play the national anthem. Please rise wherever you are, whether you're in your classroom, at home, in school.
जनमन अधिनायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात द्राविड उत्कल वङ्गा विन्ध्य हिमाचल यमुना गङ्गा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय मंगलदायक जय हे भाग्य विधाता जय जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you and bye-bye.